Morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. We got a show for you today. We've got so much to cram in that I've got to start straight away with the early bird. Early bird. There we go. Now the early bird here is hemline neck strong polyester thread. You get black, cream, grey and white. You get 4 of them for £7.96. Here they are. Your extra strong thread for doing your buttonholes. Extra strong thread for doing some bag making when you're doing your top stitching. But it's the early bird. Means we take it down to a price. Well, already I think that's too low already. Is that the price already?
Too tiny.
Here we go. No, because we had one the other day that was already to fixed price, and I suddenly thought, oh, actually, maybe this is a fixed price one. Because it's £7.96 for 4 spools of thread, extra strong thread, £7.96. Here we go. Hang on, I can hear myself. Sorry. I just switched myself off there. There you go. I could hear myself. I was thinking, what's that noise? £6.96, pound off, pound off, pound off. Make sure you go through. Now, remember, once you've checked out on this, that's your P&P paid for the day. Whether you come in and buy a quilt kit, whether you come in and buy a sewing machine, whether you come and buy new fabric, Stuart's book, anything, that's your P&P paid for already. £6.96. Loads in baskets. Make sure you check out, make sure you check out, make sure you check out. Beautiful, extra strong polyester thread. 4 different colours. How much is on each roll? I think it says 100 metres on each roll. Lovely. Keep going through, keep going through, keep going through. Oh, Claire's loving my shirt. Thank you, Claire. Good morning, John, Stuart, Yvonne and team. What a beautiful morning. Margaret says, good morning, John, everyone. Marie says, good morning from Islington. Julie says, morning, John, team. Julie Vaughan. I don't know why I did that funny voice then. Anyway, it's £6.96. I know, loadsy there, loadsy there. Delphine, morning, John. Early start today. Going for, it's Louis' 7th birthday. Oh, he loves all his presents. Delphine, did you like my present? Did you like my present? She's forgotten. Hang on, there's a bit more message. Carol says, good morning, loving the shirt. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, he's off to spend the day with his friends. Laurie, morning, Laurie. How are you, Laurie? Laurie and I keeping our fingers crossed for each other because we've both got flights to go on. Keep going through now, keep going through. I'm going to finish this because we've got such a busy day today. Shall we do the menu? Excuse me. There's the menu. Village Fabrics Block of the Month with Von Macadamia. Somebody messaged me the other day going, is she not annoyed with you for calling her a macadamia nut? No. I've not called you that for ages, because I can say macadamia now, you see. There's the Block of the Month. That's the finished quilt, obviously. We are doing block number 5 today. Right, then we've got a 2-hour special with Stuart doing Tilda fabric. Brand new Tilda fabric. It's on pre-order. Now, we have got the TV launch of it by the half metre. I know. I'll show you the finished quilt. Stuart's going to tell you how to make that. Mini quilt as well. Then, he's also made a bag, hasn't he, out of it as well? Yeah. And that also includes the last hour as well. Anyway, that's that hour. Then Yvonne's back at 11 o'clock. Now we've got a shelf edge dresser runner. Isn't it gorgeous? I love it. And lots of other bits and bobs in that hour. And then at 12 o'clock, Stuart is back. He is going to be demonstrating the Brother sewing machine. And the embroidery machine is back in stock. We'll just be talking about the embroidery machine. But it's back in stock. So make sure you go through and get that. Loads went yesterday, so please, please, please do that. There are 3 ways you can get in touch. The first way is by sending me an email. There's the email, studio@sewingstreet.com. You can also send a message on Facebook Live, which are the ones I've been shouting out. Let me do some more. Oh, Delphine said it was his favourite present. That's nice. Crazy Lorraine said, morning, John, looking good. Ketty says, woohoo, Stuart is back. He is indeed. Good morning, John. Nice to see you. Kat says, morning, John. Looking good. And Suzanne said, good morning, John and team. Have a great day. Love your shirt. Thank you very much indeed. Third way is by the website, www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch the Show Live. Excuse me. You will see a white box on the right hand side there. You can write a message in there and they will come up on our bottom later. Now, if you scroll down the page, you will see in a minute there'll be two columns. Excuse me. One is pre-order. One is show deals. We've only got pre-order there at the moment. Here are the blocks. Now, you want to buy month 5 if you want today's month 5. We have got others available still from before, but you want to buy month 5. Then you've got all of your bits and bobs that you might need. There's the earlier ones there. That comes in blackberry and blueberry, remember. Then we move on to the brand new fabric from Tilda. It's beautiful, isn't it? Stuart's an ambassador of Tilda Fabrics, so he's going to be taking you through all of that in that hour. Beautiful. He's going to be doing flying geese in the last hour. Do you want that flying geese ruler if you can get it now? Anyway, look at all that fabric. There's loads and loads and loads. Right, stop. Then we're on Yvonne's second hour there. We've got lovely bunny bunting. We've got some bunny bunting, and we've got the shelf thingy that you shove on your shelf. What's it called? Edger. Shelf runner, edger. Beautiful. There's the bunny. There's the bunny bunting. Bunny bunting there. Then the last hour, we are on to sewing machines and not overlockers, embroidery machine. There they are, back in stock and on split pay. Right, Yvonne's here. Say hello to Yvonne. That's Yvonne. That's her. That's all she's doing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
She's just waving today.
I'm going now.
Yeah, that's it. Bye. Right. So okay, month 5. Month 5. Let's have a look at the whole quilt again, Charlie. We're on month 5. Remember, it's been so popular, so popular. So let's start with the blue one. Month 5. Here it is. So now, remember, you get all of this in this month, right? So you have to make 2 of those and 2 the other way round.
Yeah.
Have one of those. And the other way round.
And the other way round.
That one. Then you make 2 of those.
2 of those.
Which is applique, or as Yvonne says it, applique.
Applique.
Lovely. Then you make, how many of those do you make? 2 of those?
1.
1 of those and 1 of those, which I can't show you because it's not made yet. But that's what we're going to be doing in the hour. So that one there is your blue version. $33.99. So everything you need to make all of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8
blocks.
8. I have to say that again, Nikki. Oh, nearly half the stock's gone. Nearly half the stock's gone already. So please be careful on that one. $33.99. That's the one in blue. Now, I think, doing my own deduction, that the blackberry is the more popular. I don't mean to this morning, I mean of the whole quilt so far, the last 4 months. Here you go. So it's exactly the same, but in blackberry, $33.99. Beautiful. A third of the stock of those have gone. Third of the stock's gone. Beautiful, gorgeous fabrics. Loads in baskets. Now, before we go to Yvonne, I'm just going to show you ones that we've had in the past. I haven't got a whole set. You know, normally when we do something like this, we go, oh, we've got right away from back from the beginning. We haven't got them here, but if you're looking, thinking, oh, I really want to start that again, if you give her a quick tinkle at the shop, she can sort something out for you. Right, so I've got month 4 in. I'll do the blue one first. Month 4 in blue. This is not today. And what date did we? Oh, there's only 3 of those left. There's only 3 left. And what date did we do that on, please? Yeah.
Maybe the 25th?
25th of May. 25th of May, the demo for that one. So that's the one in blue. Then we've got block 4 in the blackberry. Month 4 blackberry. Oh, hang on a sec. Right, hang on a sec. Did you think? That's month 4 blackberry, and how many of those are there? Oh, okay. There's 3 of those, right? Let's just redo the blue one, because if the blue one's this one. Oh, there goes 9 of the blue ones left. That's all right. Okay, that's the blue one. Now I'm going to do, I've only got blue ones now, month 3 in blue. 27th of April. Thing is, if you're not going to do the quilt, you can make a lovely cushion out of all these blocks, couldn't you? 8 of these left, and I've not got month 3 in blackberry. Then I've got month 2, 23rd of March in blueberry, and there's 6 of those. That's it. That's all I've got to show you. Right? You'll also need some best press. Scent-free scent-free best press. There's only 8 of those left now. We'll see during the demo it does, but it starches and stabilises your fabric.
Really important for this month.
Very important for this month. Okay, you might need a Hera marker. Now it's a different one, this is, because this has got a stiletto on the end as well. $6.99 this one. You'll see all of these being used.
Well,
talk.
I'll talk about it.
Talk about it. Yeah. $6.99. That's a way of marking your fabric without making any marks on the fabric. You just score the fabric and it makes a groove on it that you can follow. Makes them up, right? Little scissors. Soft and sharp embroidery from, are these Janome? Yeah, Janome. I know you well. $12.99. Got messages. Were your ears burning yesterday, John? Lots to talk about you at our Knit and Natter. Think you have a few more fans there. Oh, that was Linda. What were you saying? Jane Alcock's asked me to go and give a talk to her quilting group, and she said, could you do January? And I went, I'm not driving all that way in the dark. So I'm doing March or April now. Friction pen in red. Oh no, I won't do those. I won't do those. I won't do those. All right. Hello, Yvonne.
Hello, John.
After
Been a long time.
I thought they were keeping us apart.
I think there's a cunning plan involved there, don't you?
But we're back now.
Yep.
The what's it twosome, gruesome twosome.
Oh, something like that.
Something like that. Right, I know you've got lots to show, so I'm going to shut up and I'm just going to let you get on with it.
That would be wonderful. Could you just
won't
pass
happen,
me one?
but-
I know. Could you just pass me one of those, please?
Bye. Don't come off your mark. Stay on your mark.
Oh, okay. Right. I'm in position. I'm in position.
Right. Okay, off you go then.
Just want to highlight that in the month 4, that we made a little bit of a hiccup in the cutting instructions.
Oh.
A very minor one. We are actually talking less than 1/4 of an inch.
Oh.
But in the free trade block instructions for month 4, the central cream square should be cut at 3 11/16.
Oh.
The instructions actually say 9/16, so we really are talking about a very small amount. I would suggest that if you haven't started that block yet, wait until you get month 5. We have put a little correction slip in here. If you have already started, let's hope you've cut it just a smidgen big, and then there will not be an issue. It is such a minor point.
So what, you're supposed to, so the one you've cut is too big?
No, the one that you could have cut from the original set of instructions is 3 9/16.
Oh, okay.
This
Should be 3 11/16.
11/16.
So if they've already cut it out, can they not make it then? Or just got to put a tiny seam allowance on?
If you reduced your 1/4 inch seam allowance by a couple of threads widths, just be careful.
Right.
You can make it, but it's going to be a little bit tight.
Okay.
Which is, we've spotted this, and if you have a problem, you get in touch with me at the shop and we will sort you out one way or the other.
Brilliant. And also, if you've missed out on any of the others, you can just give her a call at the shop and she can...
Yeah.
She said to me in prep, right, I can't make 10 of anything,
no.
But if somebody's missed out on one block that we haven't got any more, she can rustle together a block.
Yeah, I can do the odd one here and there, because we still have a little bit of cutting to do, because we do, in month 7, that is the border cuts quilts. So you have all those fabrics going around the outside of the quilt, and we want to be able to use fabrics that have already been used in the quilt, if we possibly can, to go around the edge.
So we've got, this is month 5. Yep. There's one more with patterns, month 6.
Yes.
And then month 7 is all the border and the binding and everything like that. How exciting.
And we just must be able to cut those final, that final pack.
Okay.
So I'm now going to move on to month 5. I'm going to breeze through a couple of bits here. The applique this month is a circle, so you've done one of these before, and this is where you really want to use the hero marker on your bias strip. So your bias strip you have cut across the grain of the fabric so that you can get it to stretch and to curve. It's a batik fabric this month, so it doesn't have as much give as normal fabrics would have. So you are going to join 2 strips into a circle, score it all along so that you are dividing your strip in, which I've already done here. If you use your best press, for this month, just best press all of the fabric before you start. It's going to be easier that way. You're then going to score the bias strip so that it will fold into 3 like that. If you give it a good press, it will then stay folded. As always, I do believe in tacking whenever anything is going to be worked with extensively. So I did tack this before I started to apply it onto the fabric, and again it's been a little blanket stitch on the sewing machine. You can of course do that by hand. We just this month have leaves and these little birds. The little birds have legs, beaks and a French knot for the eye, so that's a little bit of hand embroidery associated with the little bird. And then we have these lovely little stems that are coming out. Everything has been marked on with a Frixian pen, using the light box. This is simply marked in the lines here. This is simply a back stitch and a French knot. I'm not going to spend very much time on this because what I want to concentrate on for this demo is the rising star block. But you're going to do either a stem stitch or a back stitch, whichever is your preference. So you're going to just follow the lines. It's really dead easy. I did these 2 strands of embroidery thread, and I did the stem first and then went back and did the French knots. I just felt it was easier that way.
Do I need to buy the embroidery thread separately?
The embroidery thread you got in month 1.
Oh, did you?
You got a whole skein.
Oh, okay.
Together with the matching quilt or machine threads for the applique.
Because this is the first time I've seen. I did it when we introduced it.
You just haven't been here, have you?
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 months ago.
Absolutely. That is as much as I want to do on that.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Do you put anything behind it? Have you got interfacing or anything?
I don't. I never do. If you're doing so little embroidery, really, if you feel that you need to put, you could put it in a hoop. Yeah. It doesn't need a stabiliser behind it because the stitching's not dense enough to merit that.
Okay, lovely.
Okay. Then we do the other easy block.
Yeah.
And then, so this is the Missouri Star block. I love this floral fabric we've put in this month.
Beautiful. You put it in, haven't you? You say they. Thought it was yours?
Well, no, it was my choice.
Yeah.
It was my choice entirely, but, you know.
Being modest.
Well, yeah, sharing the blame.
Yeah.
Sharing the blame. Now, this block is made in 3 rows. Rows 1 and 3 are exactly the same, and the the only thing that I need to tell you here is whenever you are joining the two little triangles together to make a larger triangle, they need to be in pairs. They are not exactly the same. They are in opposition to each other. So you need to do some that are that way round and some that are that way round.
Right.
Yeah? So they're in opposition to each other because you're going to put them down the short sides of a cream triangle, and you need the dark ones to be at the point. Yeah, they need to be down here. So they need to be pairs, not exactly the same.
Yeah.
You then are going to stitch these on here. The other thing that I would say about all of the blocks I'm showing you today is do test out your 1/4 inch seam allowance. It needs to be, if anything, a scant 1/4 of an inch. So this machine I would normally set at 5.5. Today it's at 6.
Okay.
I had an interesting time with some of this on my own machine, so I thought I need to double check that today.
Yeah. Half the stock of both the colours have now gone. They're at level pegging at the moment.
And also check as you go. I'm using this block as an example. So this, I'm just measuring my seam allowance on here below this ruler, and it's a scant 1/4 of an inch. This is really important whenever we come to the next block. I've been let loose with this really impressive iron.
Available on Friday.
Last or coming?
Pardon?
Last Friday?
Next, coming up. Stuart's launching on Friday, yeah.
So it's not, this is an exclusive then?
Yeah, you're the first person to use it.
Oh, okay. Well, and then we're going to sew this one on to here. So take your time and measure.
While you're stitching that, I'll just read, there's so many messages coming in. Suzanne says good morning, Gemma says good morning, Kath says good morning, Jean, Hilary says morning, looking forward to today's shows, you know why. Cousin Susan says good morning, Jean, looking forward to today's shows. I thought you said hairy marker, need to clean my ears out, says Sharon. Fiona says morning John team, had my hip done on Monday, going home this evening. Took your book in to read between physios. Never got to turn a page. Somebody's Gemma's friend's had her appendix out. AJ.
Oh gosh.
Morning, John, Stuart, Yvonne, and crew, says Sue. Jan says good morning. John, Yvonne, Stuart, and everyone. What a great morning in store. Donna says good morning, and Viv says good morning.
Wow, nice to know there's somebody out there.
Loads of them out there today.
So this is going to sit on there. All that needs to happen now is that the two squares go on the ends. Yeah. I might just do that.
Okay.
It's nice to just show people what a finished block looks like, because this particular colourway, of course, no one has actually seen
it now.
It's a bit of a mystery, but I don't think we're disappointing anybody.
No, exactly. So remember on month 5, block of the month 5 today. The one Yvonne's saying with is the black brick, which is this one, which is the purple version. $33.99. And we've also got the blueberry version, which is this one. $33.99. They're exactly level pegging at the moment. Just over half the stock of both of them have gone already.
25 minutes in, yeah.
Yeah. A lot had gone before we came on air. As soon as we went on pre-order, people got them. Block 5 bought early. Now I can finish packing for the holidays, says Megan. Oh, where you going, Megan?
Yeah.
I've got to pack for my holidays tonight. I'm just, if I get to the airport on Friday and there's no aeroplane, I'm not going to be happy.
Are you flying from Birmingham?
Manchester.
Oh, okay. Well, my daughter was away at half term and she had no problems coming through Birmingham.
Yeah. Well, no, Mike and Julie have just come back. They flew recently to Spain and they had no issues whatsoever in Manchester. But it just seems every time you... Manchester's the worst one. Best one, do you think? Oh, no, I thought it was the worst one. But every time you log in, you think it says so many more flights cancelled. There's a little thing you can go to put your flight number in to see if there's any news on it.
Oh, that's very depressing. So joining this top row onto the bottom 2 rows, what you want to be doing are nesting your seams. So you have pressed towards the complicated bit, and the previous central row I have pressed out. So these seam allowances are in opposition to one another, and we're going to just line those up and put pins in.
What are you looking for, Becky?
To hold the seam allowance in place so it stays flat, and lock the seams themselves in place.
Morning, John and Yvonne. Can you please explain the scant quarter inch? Oh, somebody else just asked that as well, Linda.
Okay.
Carol asked that question as well.
Okay. Okay. So, sorry, I was just lining that up.
Sorry.
And I'm going to pop a pin in the middle. And that is really all I need to do with that block. So let me explain the scant quarter of an inch and move on to the more complicated block.
Anne says it's lovely to see you, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Viv says, does Yvonne know you can leave the iron flat? Yes, Viv, but there's not enough room at the end of the table.
Yeah,
but Stuart will show you all that on Friday.
I've kind of sprawled all over
she knows
the place.
that. Oh yeah, Fiona, I know you meant because you were too busy with video, that's fine.
Okay, a quarter of an inch is a quarter of an inch, but whenever I say scant, instead of, if you were to look at the ruler, let me put a bit of something dark behind it. Yeah?
Yeah.
You can see. So instead of your seam allowance being bang on that second line on the ruler, probably just on the inside of that line, because that line has a thickness of its own.
Yeah.
You come up against this whenever you start working on small pieces, and the seam itself sort of takes up more space. The thickness of the fabric takes up a little bit of the space, and you have to make things the right size so that the things beside them all fit in.
Yeah.
And it's not such a problem with the Missouri Star block here.
So basically, if you to draw a line, quarter an inch in, if you stitch on that line, you do a foot, that's a full quarter inch. If you sew on the inside of that line, that's a scant. It's not miles away, it's literally just inside the line.
Like a couple of threads, thicknesses, and don't worry about it. You can always take it out and sew it again if things don't fit.
Right.
But this is the one that I want to talk in a bit more detail about. This is Rising Star block. Yeah. So it's on the quilt here. It is there. Okay. So this is the one that has a complete star and then a star out round.
Okay, lovely.
So you really need to start in the center and work your way out. Again, it's made in 3 rows. So let me say top and bottom of the outside star I have completed. But you're going to start with the center star. And again, that center star is made in 3 rows. So 1 row, 2 rows, and the center square. Now, let me just double check. This is where you really need to have best pressed or spray starch, whatever product you happen to use, the fabric before you start. because these floral little triangles, you're cutting these at 1 7/8, so they're just under 2 inches, but they need to be 1 7/8.
Yeah.
And then you're going to cut them across their diagonal, so you are working with something it's relatively small. And the pin that I put in here is one of the little applique pins, and that is big enough. So you're working with something this size. This floral fabric is an in the beginning fabric. The quality is really wonderful. It is quite fine, and it is a little stretchy. That's another reason best press.
Right, okay.
To just make it sit happily beside the batik fabric, because the batik fabric, while fine, is also quite stable. It doesn't move very far. So to work these different fabrics together on these small pieces, take your time, cut it best press, cut it accurately, lay it out, and set your machine up for this scant 1/4 inch. So do a little test on a bit of spare fabric. Lay out each of the pieces, so you have you're making flying geese in different sizes, really. And the other thing that I would suggest you need to do is each time you sew a flying goose, you need to measure it and make sure it's the right size.
Right.
If this piece is not the right size, you're never going to make it fit with its friends here, and therefore it will not fit with the outside. I believe I'm giving measurements as I go. Yeah. So we're making row 2, but we have to start with the central star. I have made as much as I can, but what I want to show you is putting these little triangles along the 2 non-bias edges of the cream triangle. So you have something that will stretch against something that won't stretch. Hopefully the best press will mean that it won't stretch, and you will be able to line them up. You're going to start down at the point. Okay. It's so small that there isn't really any point in putting a pin in. Right, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
All of this is set up because what I have learnt with this quilt is that Linda has stitched some of these on a sewing machine in work. I've stitched some of them at home, and I've stitched some of them here.
Okay, so it could all go horribly wrong.
Those 3 seam allowances, no matter how accurate we think they are not the same. So I have stitched all of this on my machine at home. So if the worst comes to the worst, I'll show you at 11 o'clock.
Exactly. And the tulips behind are Alice and Mary Allison's. Where've they gone? They're not part of today's demonstration. Message. Morning Yvonne, John and crew. My friend and I are coming to Belfast for the quilt fair. Hope EasyJet doesn't cancel the flight. Win! They won't.
They wouldn't dare.
They wouldn't dare. It's Yvonne McAtamney, for goodness sake.
Good grief. No, we have friends in the Northern Irish Patchwork Guild and the Irish Patchwork Society, etc. No way would the airports dare do that. No, that's not going to happen. There are 2 airports in Northern Ireland anyway. Did you know that? Yeah.
No.
There's Belfast International Airport, or Aldergrove as it used to be. And there is Belfast City Airport, or George Best Airport.
Which one am I coming into then?
You're going into George Best.
Oh, am I?
You're going into George Best City Airport, because that's the one that's closest to Belfast. We'll call it Belfast. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
Now, I now have a little flying goose.
Okay.
And I'm going to measure this. This should be an inch and a half by 2.5. Okay, so there's my 1.5 inches, and there is my 1, 2.5. So far, so good.
Brilliant.
What you can do is whenever you have the ruler down like that, you could use that opportunity to cut these little ears off, but I can't without huge disruption to everything else I've laid out, cut that at the moment. So I'm just trimming off the ears. So now we're going to put that there. So that is now going to join on there. And I just think this fabric is so pretty.
Mm-hmm. Have we got one going into the lead, Nikki, or are they both still even Stevens?
Okay, that is not where I want.
Oh, so Blackberry's in the lead now, just edging away slightly.
Okay. Yeah, from the last time I've seen you, we've done quite a bit more organising for Quilt Fair.
Have you?
We have our make and take, our creative classroom classes are all filling up.
Uh-huh.
There are a few familiar faces for you there,
are
John.
there?
Jules is Jules Mayoof is teaching, and Debbie Harris.
Oh.
Has come.
She's not taking her fan, is she, over there?
Her fan?
Fan, not a fan. Her van, when she comes here, she stays in her little van.
Oh, no. She and Jules are teaming up.
Oh, wow.
So that's a nice, it was a nice surprise for me because it was a volunteer. You know,
Oh,
a volunteer is worth 10 pressed men.
Yeah.
So again, I am putting pins in.
Tiny pins.
Tiny pins, locking seams in position. And I'm going to also pop one in the middle. I know these seams are not very long, but just want to make sure everything is where it should be. Because I've gone back to this 5.5 on here now that I'm back on.
So you're not doing the scant one of this?
Well, I am, but it's not quite as scant as the other one was, because I have to hit 1/4 inch points on the tips of the flying geese. Yeah. This might even be worth, sorry. This might be worth having a little practice run.
Yeah.
For ladies if they are a little uncertain. Okay. Press as you go, measure as you go. I was happy that everything was as it should be. Okay.
The iron's not available today. It'll be available on Friday, on Stuart's show on Friday.
Okay. This is definitely somewhere you don't want to use steam at this point. Okay, so things are looking pretty promising at the minute.
Yeah.
Oh, and John, have I told you you're giving a talk in the evening?
Yeah,
in
well, you
Belfast?
didn't tell me. I read it on the brochure. Yeah, I saw the tickets were for sale.
Oh, yeah, I thought I'd mentioned it at some point.
No, never mentioned it to me.
Yeah.
I came in the next day and I said, what's this say? Morning, where can I find details of Yvonne's quilt fair, please? And the venue, wheelchair accessible. Loved Yvonne's demos from Jojo.
Yes, very much wheelchair accessible.
Okay, so tell them where it is.
It's at the Stormont Hotel in Belfast, which is a 4-star hotel and very, very accessible.
Is that where I'm sleeping?
Yeah.
Oh?
Yeah. I don't know if you get any sleep, John, but yes.
It's a promise. We're sharing. Yeah. We've got to sleep head to tail, tip to toe.
Yeah. Like sardines.
Yeah.
Costs. The show is open to the public on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd of September. John is going to be there on Thursday.
Which is the first?
Which is the first day of the show. So he's going to find a pair of scissors and a ribbon for him to open the show for us. And then that evening, we decided it would be a good plan. I decided.
No, first of all, Yvonne was like, oh, we'll put you up in a hotel and everything. I was thinking it'll be a nice few days there. No, I'm flying in on the morning of the opening, so I'll have to be at the airport at 5 o'clock in the morning.
But you're used to getting up early, John.
Which means earlier than I come in, so I have to leave the house at 4 to get to the car park to then fly on the flight to Belfast, get changed, do some antiperspirant, open the show, be at the show, and now instead of going to bed to sleep, I'm going to the hotel. And then she's get rid of me her first thing the next morning, back to the airport first thing the next morning.
Well, lunchtime, John. Lunchtime on the Friday.
The flight's at lunchtime. What time have I got to be in the airport? 3 hours before at the moment.
Wait till you see the size of George Best Airport.
Okay.
It'll be all right. Yeah, we thought it would be really nice for you and me to just have a chat.
Yeah.
In front of people.
Yeah, and charge them for the pleasure.
Charge them for the privilege, of course.
But didn't bother telling me. I read about it when the tickets went up for sale, and I came in here the next morning going, as if I'm not doing enough for that woman. She was a bit heavy-footed.
You're going to make me feel guilty now because I can't remember whether I asked you or not. It's called old age.
Yeah. Well, you'd know about that, wouldn't you, Yvonne?
Well, yes, because I am older than you are,
yes,
which is making you feel much better this morning. But then, wines mature, don't they?
Yeah, I don't drink though.
Yeah, but I do.
Yeah, I do. She says I do.
You must try some Guinness, John, whenever you're on the island of Ireland.
No, I've done a few films in Ireland. When I was in the film industry, I did a few films in Ireland, but I did try Guinness, but I liked it mixed with champagne.
Together or one after the other?
No, together.
Oh, no, that I haven't tried.
Isn't it called, it's got a name, hasn't it? You should know, you drink a lot, don't you?
So
anyway, keep going.
Well, I just want to say that this little star is 4.5 inches square. And if it's not, don't try and go any further. Take it out and go back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now.
Black velvet it's called. There you go.
Oh, right. Well, there's always something new.
Drink it with a straw.
Oh, yeah. That I've done.
Yeah, let's not go there, Yvonne.
No, let's not do that. No. What is happening with this? Because this should be 4.5 inches wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm just a little bit under here. I'm about an eighth under. So I think I might just want to give that a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
And a press. Now, this is where pressing becomes really important. And if you steam press, you can gain about 1/2 inch across a block. So don't despair, but don't use it as your first means of getting things to fit. Okay, so that is now, it's going to fit across there, whether it wants to or not. It's going to be stern words here.
think Michelle's calling us fat. I love the way you two bounce off each other.
Bounce?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean, John. I'm not terribly, yeah. But anyway, you do get to stay in this lovely 4-star hotel,
Yeah,
John.
but I'm not going to see much of the room, am I?
Well, yes, you are, because we're starting early.
Yeah. Finishing late.
Well, no, because we're only going to be about an hour in the evening.
Yeah.
Because, like, Lord knows what I'll have been doing. You might have been up early, but I mightn't have been to bed because we'll have set up the show.
Yeah, exactly.
My colleague Margaret has been organising the creative workshops, and she said, again, this was one of these things. She said, Yvonne, I booked you in to do a creative workshop about 2 o'clock on the Friday afternoon. I thought you'd like a nice sit down and a chat with the ladies at that point.
And are you doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fact that I've got a stand as well
Yeah, of course.
is another matter, but that's fine.
Are you taking in the ladies from the shop?
Yeah, I'm taking yeah. It's a lady who works for me 1 day a week.
Right.
And we have been friends for a long time, and we've been on holiday together. So we rub along well on a 24-hour basis.
Yeah.
So Rose, Dutch Rose.
Oh, yes.
I don't need to take a ladder when I take Rose. Rose is 6 foot and is very competent at, just matter of fact.
Well, also, the shop here's got to stay open and stay running, hasn't it, while you're there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My shop never closes.
No.
Whenever we head off to shows and the like. The shop is always open because that's what it's there for.
Yeah.
Okay, so and there is a website.
What is that for Quilt Fair?
Quiltfair.com that has all the information about the...
And fair is spelled F-A-Y-R-E.
Yeah, because we have, we have one central row 2, and we are now on to rows 1 and 2 being added. And again, this is all about making sure that you are nesting those seams together. Yeah, so the
me again, sorry for being a pain. Don't worry, Jojo. I can't find anywhere to buy tickets online. Is it pay at the door? No, you do it, you said.
No, it is possible to buy tickets at quiltfair.com for both entrance. Sorry, I've got a bigger screen over there.
Yeah, that's
so
it's off-putting, isn't it? That big screen, yeah.
So you can buy tickets for entrance to the fair, either single days or 3-day ticket, or equally you can buy tickets for any of the creative workshops and for John's little soiree.
Don't say it's mine, it's yours.
Soiree, John.
Soiree.
Yeah.
Soiree. You mean it's not sold out yet?
Not quite. Or if you really get stuck, you can buy tickets on the door.
Are they more expensive on the door?
They're £1 each more expensive, and it's just easier for us to manage. We do want to make sure that we have plenty of space.
I was going to say you're taking very seriously, even though people seem to think COVID's gone away, it hasn't. You're taking all of that very seriously.
We have big wide aisles like we had last year, and we are retaining those. And because we have different venues around the hotel, it's really nice to be able to keep people moving around. Now that doesn't mean you can't sit down at the bar and have a cocktail if that's what you want, or They will have lunch stations in the hotel and teas and coffees.
Lovely.
But equally, the creative workshops are going to be upstairs. There is a lift which is accessible for everyone. Schoolhouse is over in the business centre where there are more traders. So again, gives you the opportunity to move around, get a bit of fresh air, stretch your legs. But yeah, everything is on quiltfair.com. Probably just a matter of pressing a couple of buttons to get down on the side menu or something. Because honestly, it is there.
Okay, so what are you saying, Charlie? If you type in Google Quilt Fair, it's the second line down is where you buy the tickets.
Oh, thank you, Charlie.
He's like trying to get an invitation, Yvonne, that's what he's doing.
Well, Sewing Street have very kindly sponsored our creative workshop area.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
Blimey.
And I keep saying to Haley B, helps me take the pins out along the seams.
Yeah, yeah.
She really should come across and visit.
Yeah.
But the fact that I have, 2 demonstrators plus yourself here, I think you'll come back with very positive response about the
Well,
the
I'll come back with some sort of response. I might be, oh no, because I'm going straight on my holidays. Oh no, that's a fib. That's a fib, right? So what happens is I come back from Quilt Fair. I've got to come in here on the Sunday because it's a Mandy Shaw day. Then I fly on my holiday straight after the Mandy Shaw show.
And that might be why you had to fly home at lunchtime on the Friday, John.
No.
Oh yes.
No, it was cheaper to get me home on the Friday lunchtime, wasn't it?
I'm sorry? I know, I just didn't hear what you said.
Oh, cheaper to get me home on the Friday lunchtime.
No, I had to book as soon as I could to be able to get those Friday flights.
Yeah, well, no, I've had my ticket for months. It's sitting by my printer at home.
Yeah, and I don't know who I'm sending to pick you up at the airport.
Oh. A tractor will do it. A tractor.
A tractor.
No, I don't mean a tractor.
No.
I want to be in a car, not in a tractor. But there's a lady called a tractor who's coming to the fair.
Oh, she is. She's going to be there all 3 days.
Yeah.
She would love a tractor, if you're listening. Yes, please. Mind you, it'll be an early up. But I'm sure John would be.
I'll be grumpy.
Well, he's not his best first thing in the morning, but he does improve. He does improve, honestly. Once he's had his first few slugs of whatever ginger water, he improves.
Can you tell me if the bag behind you is being featured on the show today? Thank you from Terry. Yeah, 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. It's not a pattern or anything like that. It's Stuart showing you what different hacks on how to make the flap on it. Charlie, your sinuses are getting worse today. You sound like Hannah. You weren't in yesterday. She was in a right old mess yesterday. Poor old producer Hannah has got the worst hay fever, but she suffers with asthma and allergies anyway. Oh. So we're in the gallery. We've done our prep yesterday morning. She could hardly breathe. And then she went like this. She went, I'll just get my pills out. And she tipped her bag up like this. Oh, no. She tipped her bag up like that. And the tissues... an inhaler, nasal spray, pills, eye drops, different pills, all came tumbling out on the desk.
I thought it was age that made you be like that.
Say that again?
I thought it was age that caused that kind of level of stuff in your handbag. Okay.
Lovely.
That is a rising star block. So by the end of, you will have a whole collection.
So, yeah. Oh, hang on a sec. So in this one, so if you buy Blackberries and cream, right? Blackberries and cream. We've got blueberries at the moment. You make one of these. You make 2 of these this way round. Oh, hang on, do you want to start again? Sorry. You make 1 of those. You make 2 of those. You make 2 of those. You make 2 of those. And you make 1 of the big star, which Yvonne is just putting together, the Missouri star that Yvonne's put together. For £33.99. All the fabric is in there, all the instructions. So that's blackberry. And then we also have it in the blue, which is obviously the blueberry. And they're all on the quilt behind. $33.99. Is blackberry still in the lead? Just checking now.
Okay, and that's the Missouri
Oh, blackberry's
star.
just in the lead. Blackberry's
And
just in the lead.
Missouri
And then
star.
that's the Missouri star there. So you make all of that out of this $133.99. You make 1 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those, and 1 of those. Yeah.
So with the 8 blocks, you could even make like a table runner or
Yeah.
a bed runner if you didn't want to
do
make
the whole quilt. Yeah,
quilt.
exactly. And if you've missed out on any of the previous months, we've got some of them here. Morning, John, late to the party. We'll have to re-watch the show for Yvonne's demo. I've just started month 2. It's fabulous. That's Kate. Right.
Thank you.
And there was a quick question here from Anne. Oh, a track says, my taxi is at your beck and call for the whole short visit.
Oh,
Thank you,
thank you, Attractor.
My daughter will pick you up if you need a lift, says Anya. Oh, I've just sorted it. Thank you, Anya.
Yeah, Annie.
Okay, now apparently I was selling your vintage needle case yesterday. What's that? Have you ever demonstrated it here, the vintage needle case?
Yeah, with Vicky. Before Christmas, I think it came in 2 colourways. It's a little flying geese foundation piece on the back.
Oh yes, I didn't actually have it. It was on the table. I didn't show it. Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
It's just a little old-fashioned needle
Yeah.
case. But I believe I did demo it was with Vicky. Because I grumbled about foundation piecing the entire time because, you know, I don't like doing foundation.
But why did you design it like that then?
Because it's a way to learn how to do it.
Brilliant. So Anne, if you go back onto the YouTube and put in Yvonne McAtamney sewing, and you know it's before Christmas sewing case, it should come up.
It's called Vintage Needle Case.
Vintage
and
needle
I think
case.
it was last year.
Yeah.
I don't think it was this year.
Okay, so now you're back in a 2 hours time.
2 hours.
2 hours time.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You're going to go to sleep?
I
in
brought
your
my
car?
sewing machine.
Okay, fine. She's going to make up some posters for the quilt fair.
Christmas crackers, actually.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm making Christmas crackers.
Oh.
So
Are
you'll
you
see.
doing Festival of Quilts this year as well?
Just as a visitor.
As a visitor?
As a visitor, I believe.
What day are you going?
It'll be the Sunday because I'll be working the other
Oh yeah, well I'll
day.
be there on Sunday.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll catch up with you then.
You will do. So Yvonne will be back in 2 hours' time when she'll be doing this and several other projects. Now don't go anywhere because we got the TV launch of a new Tilda range by the half metre. It's been on pre-cuts elsewhere and everything like that, but we've got the by the half metre off the bolt TV launch. And Stuart's ambassador for Tilda. We've got 2 hours. We're going to have a break in the middle of it. We've got 2 hours special of Tilda fabrics coming up straight after this break.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuart's back.
Hey, just
Where have
sorting
you
out all
been?
this stuff.
Yeah, just sort your stuff out. Where have you been?
Well, I've been in Scotland, and I just want to say a massive good morning to the Scotland/Stirling Massive. Woohoo!
We normally have a
Fabulous
cheer
start.
there, but Charlie's not very well.
I was teaching at the Region 16 biannual retreat
Okay.
at Stirling University. We had such a fun time. It was ace, and my students in particular were the best. They were wonderful. We had a really fun time.
You had a packed class, I believe.
Did have a packed class, and it was just an absolute riot of colour
And what
the
did
whole
you teach?
weekend. We were doing, lollipop flowers from Simple Shapes.
Okay.
We were doing lollipop flowers, and what was lovely, we had Friday night, Saturday and Sunday together the whole time.
Oh, wow.
So we managed to get loads done and have a really good time. And
Oh, how
lots of time for
lovely.
chatting as well, obviously.
Well,
and
that's what it's all about. So you don't just want to go to a class and be concentrated
No,
back at
that's
school.
right.
Like, you want to have fun and love
lots
it.
of shortbread, lots of lovely food. I had tatty scones in the morning, which are a
Potato?
Scottish tatty scone. Tatty scone.
What are they
Tatty
then?
scone. What are they? Get yourself to Scotland, mate.
Did you have square sausage?
No, we didn't have square sausage. No, sadly not. They were very strangely shaped, ordinary sausages. But no, it was really lovely.
Oh, brilliant.
And, it was so lovely to get back together with people and do something
Oh, was it
like
your first
that.
big class after?
Yeah, I mean, I've done a few classes, but a proper, retreat, residential, all that, A little wine was taken.
Of course.
Just a little, but that was lovely too.
And did you have a view from your room?
Well, I did actually, yeah. The student accommodation at Stirling University is fabulous. Makes it sound like I'm doing an advert for them.
No. Because
it's
when
a
I was
lovely
at Bratton Hall
campus.
College, we used to have to clear our rooms out because they used to do not necessarily sewing retreats. They had retreats there and everything. So as a student, you could leave your posters on the wall. You had to clear all your stuff out because people would come and stay in them and everything.
Yeah, I think I must have had something like a PhD student. It was a posh one.
Yeah.
So it was like a self-contained. It was my very own chic escape.
Oh, lovely. I
Nice
know when we did
segue.
Poirot, we filmed at Oxford University and we had to stay, and I stayed in this like panelled, walled bedroom. It was only a student accommodation.
Wow.
But they had like oars from rowing boats and all sorts of things like that on the wall. It was incredible, freezing cold.
Lovely. I'm just gonna pick up that name you dropped. Oh, there we go.
Which one was that? Oxford
What was
University.
in Poirot? Oh, bang! What was that noise?
See this bundle of fabric? Right. Now, you're an ambassador, aren't you, for Tilda Fabric?
I am. I have been for a few years now. Lucky me. I mean, goodness gracious. Every time Tilda bring out a new fabric range, I get sent everything to play with. And well, let me tell you, when Chic Escape arrived, I had oh my good. I mean, just every fabric. And then I took it round to the deputies, to Deputy Joan. Good morning, Deputy Joan. And we then had another 2 hours of, look at this one. Oh, look at that colour. I mean, it is, we always love Tilda fabric, but this range is going to knock your socks off.
It's really, really funny because when I first, this is going to sound very negative now, I don't mean to be, when I first saw my very, very first collection of Tilda years ago, I was like, yeah, I can take it or leave it. But as each season, like I thought last season's was the best,
Gorgeous.
right? Then I saw this on the trolley this morning. I'm like, oh no, surpass themselves. Absolutely surpass themselves.
I know, it is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, and this is what Joan and I were doing with and we were like, oh, look at this, look at that, and look at the scale.
Yeah.
As well. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. This peacock right here is about 12 inches from hand. Oh, sorry. There we go. It's about 12 inches from there to there. So, I mean, you imagine that in a centre block, or as a cushion, or absolutely
different coloured. Well, that's lovely.
That's exactly. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. All the different colourways. I mean, one colourway is stunning enough, but then you start delving into it and you see all the different colourways, and it is absolutely stunning. I say this every time, John, and I'm sure everyone thinks I'm being disingenuous, but every single range that comes out is my new favourite.
This is gorgeous. This is completely and utterly gorgeous. Now, this is the mega bundle. This is the mega bundle. This is where you get 1/2 metre of every single fabric that we have, right? So you're getting 1/2 metre for free. It's 132.81. It will be on split pay in a second. You get 10 metres of fabric. 10 metres of fabric, right? Now, during the hour, you're going to see all of it unfolded, but I'm just going to very quickly just show you through this mega bundle. Now, they are all available by the 1/2 metre. We have got smaller bundles if you want to take a smaller bundle, but this is the mega bundle if you want. What are you looking for?
Sorry, I'm just having a little fiddle. Oh.
Half a metre of everything, right? So look, I mean, these are just extraordinarily beautiful. I can't hear you. £132.81 will get you all of this. It's 10 metres of fabric. Here's
Isn't
the
that
peacock
blue
one.
stunning?
They're all. The thing is, the colours she's used. If you've got old Tilda, you can still mix them.
Oh,
can't
you absolutely can. There are those colours that come back, seasonal colours. The blues here, it's that gorgeous kind of inky blue, and then that beautiful cornflower.
Beautiful.
That's just so cheery.
But then, I mean, these are in no particular order because look.
Yeah.
That's like a masterpiece, isn't it, that one?
So stunning. And the whole inspiration behind the collection, it's called Chic Escape. And the whole inspiration, well, imagine that Joan had forgiven you and invited you to her chateau in France, John. Can you imagine that ever happening? No, me neither.
No.
Collins, obviously, rather than Deputy. But what it is, imagine that country house that you've been invited to for the weekend.
Yes.
And it's those beautiful country house florals. It's the peacocks in the garden.
Yep.
Walking about by day and squawking at night.
Oh, tell me, we've got them in our village. They
do make a noise. Someone offered us a peacock. We said no.
No.
It's the huge ginger jars and gorgeous ornate Chinese lamps.
Yes.
Lamp bases in the
it's like
house.
luxury retreat living, isn't it?
It is. Or that really special country house hotel that you go to for a little weekend of you time.
Yes.
And it's just all been
And
translated.
spend the rest of the year paying for.
Well, you know. But this range brings that style into your home. So for gorgeous bedrooms, beautiful living rooms, you could use this in the kitchen, in the garden. Fabulous for quilt making, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely perfect for bag making too, and also for home decor projects like cushions, blinds, curtains. There are definitely some fabrics in there that I would use for dressmaking.
Yeah, definitely.
If you love stack and whack or fussy cutting for quilting, there are some amazing fabrics in this collection for that too.
I mean, look, whilst you've been talking, I've just been wading my way through all of these. The colours are
now
just
one,
exquisite.
John, let me just show you very quickly this bag that I made. So this is the Essential Messenger bag from Bags for Life. And I used that last fabric, just one motif for the flap on the front of the bag. Isn't that lovely? And it just makes a real feature of it. And then the fabrics that I've used for the rest of the bag is a little sort of sub-range called Daisy Field, and we'll see that a little bit later, won't we?
Yeah, definitely.
But you know, you can see there where just a little bit, a 10-inch square of that gorgeous fabric is all you need.
Definitely. But these obviously get hot. This way is a way of getting a taste of every single fabric from the collection that we've got, because it's half a metre of each one. I love that one.
Yeah, oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it?
£66.40 on split pay, £132.81. I mean, you're getting so much. Imagine that in your stash cupboard.
Well, think about a kimono dressing gown.
Oh, yes, exactly. And now, obviously, you get a half metre of each one in here. There's less than 20 of these bundles left. But if you see one that you absolutely love, we are going to go through them all individually. And you want to make a kimono, buy 3 metres of it or something. Beautiful.
Well, you know what I would be inclined to do, John? I mean, a solid one, definitely, especially in the peacock fabric.
Yeah, oh yeah.
A kimono in that would be incredible. But I would cut 4.5 inch by 8.5 inch or even bigger rectangles with the pattern going vertically.
Yeah.
And then I would piece them together, cut my kimono outer from that, and then I would line it.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. And then you could actually patch it.
Does she do wallpapers?
You wish, I wish.
Do you see any of those? I'd love any of those in my house.
Incredible, stunning, aren't they? It's that kind of chinoiserie.
Yes.
It's the country house, isn't it? It's that blend of Japanese, Chinese, sort of Oriental porcelain and chinoiserie furniture blended with florals, English florals,
Yes.
French florals that just give that incredibly chic
Just
look.
beautiful, Tilda. Lovely to see you both. What's the quilt on the wall from Samantha?
Right, let me talk you through.
Can I just show this very last fabric?
Oh,
and
sorry,
then, no. I've only got one more, and then you can do. Let me show you that. Then you've seen them all. We will go through them all individually, but I just want you to see them all. Right. Sorry.
So,
You there?
I'm here. Right, so this quilt right here, and I'm going to talk you through how to make this, and then I'm going to show you how to make the smaller version. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to really celebrate the large scale prints. So rather than doing lots of very small patchwork, I've done quite a bit of fussy cutting for this, or just really accentuating. So we've got some large rectangular and square panels that really show off the prints, and then I've got some other sections where I've done 9 patch units that I've sewn together to create these little checkerboard units, just to add a little bit of piecing, and then a couple of borders. John, would you believe, showing off now,
Yeah.
well, it's a quick technique. This quilt and then the small quilt I made in a day.
No.
I made in a day. I pieced them both and the borders in a day.
Wow.
Quilted them the following morning. So this little quilt here, this little wall hanging, this could be a really big sort of accent pillow, but it looks really nice as a wall hanging too. So this was using up bits and bobs that I'd got left basically. One fussy cut square in the centre, little bit of piecing in the 9 patches, and then plain fabric units.
But the thing is, there's nothing plain about
Nothing
it.
plain about it, no. And I deliberately avoided using any solids or cream background fabric or anything like that, because what I wanted was, you know, in country houses, it's all about sort of pattern on top of pattern on top of pattern. It's a very blended look, and that's what I wanted to achieve with this. If you like high contrast and you want those checkerboards to really pop, or you want, you know, to frame your fussy cutting, throw in some solids, throw in some batik, throw in some like background fabrics, some tone on tones in creams and ivories, tan. You could use a lovely soft cobalt blue, you could use a pink, you could use a sage green, and then you can really make things pop. You can add a little 1.5 inch border around fussy cut squares, and you'll make everything pop that more. But what I wanted for this particular sort of collection was a blended look.
Well, it sums up the collection, because you said if you go to one of those country houses, they have not Ming vases, big porcelain oriental vases with all the flowers from the garden all thrown in, the roses and the kind of weeds and the grasses and everything like that.
And you've probably got a floral wallpaper behind it,
and a floral
carpet.
sofa and carpet and everything like that.
Exactly,
and yet it just works. So half the mega bundle's gone. Half the mega bundle's gone.
But also, if you've got one of our, you know, our typically neutral interiors. Most of us have a cream, an ivory, a white, a silver grey interior. These are going to add the most beautiful pop of colour. So for example, if you've got a silver or a grey or cream or tan sofa, imagine a couple of cushions made maybe in the peacock and the ginger jar print with some lovely, I would use, if you've got a silver sofa, I would put silver piping cord, grey piping cord around. You've got a cream, use a cream piping cord around the outside. Really, really knock out.
But it's also going to add, it looks sumptuous, it looks expensive, it looks like you've spent a fortune you know, on something to, like you say, just add it to a plain room, and it's just going to lift that room completely.
Absolutely. And also, you know, if you are short of time, this quilting technique is so fast, it is absolutely brilliant. You get huge impact, you make the most of those large scale prints. But you also get the fun of the piecing and the putting it all together. It's not difficult at all.
It's going to look, when you brought it in today, it looked like, because you framed it the way you have, it looked like a painting, and it looked like a kind of Renaissance-y, kind of expensive, rich, and I thought, oh God, that must have taken him ages. But it's only when you point out, actually, it's big squares and a few 9 patches.
Completely. I mean, you know, pens and paper at the ready, you know. These are 6.5 inch plain squares up here, and 2.5-inch squares sewn together to create the 9 patches. You know, this section here is 12.5 inches by 18.5 inches. It's just one big patch. You know,
but
it's
the
almost
fabric
a fat
lends
quarter.
itself to do that, doesn't it?
Yeah, completely. This is a 12.5-inch square. This is an 18.5-inch square. And then you've got your little 9 patches again, just 2.5-inch squares sewn together. This is a 6.5 by 12.5-inch rectangle.
But it's only when you point it out like that you can see it. When you first look at it, it looks like a kind of beautiful embellishment of so many different fabrics, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And you might think, well, how on earth do I put it together? How do I put that together?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it really hard to put together? Okay, so literally it's in 2 halves. So this is the halfway mark, and all you're going to do is sew your 9 patches into one big block and sew that to the 18.5-inch square. You're going to sew this piece to your 9 patch units to your 12.5-inch square. Sew that as a unit, then sew that to that. And then you've got your little plain squares, your 9 patches, and your big rectangle. You sew those 2 together, and then sew that to that. You make 2 of those, and then you sew them together.
Which we're going to be doing in this hour. Now, I've just got some other, because this is selling really well. I've got some smaller bundles to show you. Yeah. Grey, pink, and rust bundle. Oh, I haven't got an overhead. Here, can we put them out on your thing
definitely.
there?
I certainly will.
We haven't got codes, Nikki, so I can't check with you because the codes are on the bag.
Well, this has got that gorgeous rust and pink and purple tones in it. Absolutely stunning. I'm just going to have a little shift along.
So again, you get 1/2 metre of each one. For $34.95, you get 2.5 meters in there. It's beautiful, isn't it?
So one of these fabric collections, plus a bit of daisy field,
which we're going to show you later on,
would make this quilt and the companion piece that's next to me.
Say that again.
Yeah. So you just pick your
colour. Say we pick that colourway. Say we pick the pink colourway, pink and grey colourway. We only have to buy that, a bit of daisy fields from later, and we can make that and that.
Yeah.
So if you think $34.95 plus how much would you need to buy of your daisy fields? A couple of meters? Or?
You'd need I've used 2 different colourways, and you'd want a couple of 1 metre of each.
So for like £50, you can be able to make 2 gorgeous, fabulous quilts.
Yeah.
So this one is the pink. We called it grape. We've called it grape, pink, and rust fabric, that one.
So beautiful. Stunning, isn't it?
Got a message. Hi, Stuart. Always love you and John together. A smile a day. Love the Tilda fabric. Is there a pattern for the quilt? It is gorgeous, from Laurie.
Laurie, thank you. There isn't a pattern, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you over the next 2 hours how to make the small quilt, and then also I've already given you the dimensions for this one, but I'll go through them again.
So don't be worried. What we do, if you're thinking they're never going to get through all that in an hour, don't worry. We've got 2 hours, you see, because we've only got a small pile of the daisy, so it's kind of like it's a melange of everything. We'll have a break at the top of the hour, but it's only a melange of everything. So don't be thinking we're going to be rushing or anything like that. So this one is, you've gone for the green, have you there?
Yes, this is teal and green.
Okay.
And again, it's that mix of greens, isn't it? Because you've got this beautiful sort of deep leaf green, but then you've also got that beautiful jade in the background. That
she seems to call jade her teal range, doesn't she?
Yes. And then this one, I just think this one with the ginger jars on is
But that's a vintage
stunning.
green, isn't it? That's
yes, it is.
Acidic almost, but it's kind of that.
That's
what you get on a porcelain vase.
Exactly right.
Would
that
be
acid
that
green.
acidic green.
Yeah. And then you've got again different greens. Again, you've got that lovely soft sage green, and then you've got that mid-toned This is quite 50s, I think,
Yes,
this shade of
definitely.
green.
Yes,
It's very
definitely.
50s.
Yeah.
So again, if you've got that kind of mid-century modern look going on in your house, and you've got a few of those sort of space age type chairs,
Yeah.
but some florals in there,
Yeah.
some cushions would be awesome.
But we're also not just talking for house dress. You can make a gorgeous frock out of that, like a 50s frock with a full skirt and everything. Would look amazing.
Love that you call it
wouldn't
a frock.
Beautiful.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's your green one.
a
That's
full
your green one.
skirted frock.
I've got a message, right? Good morning, jolly boys. Love to see you both together again. Which pink is the border print piece from Linda in Mid Wales?
Yes, that is Daisy Field. So I love this, that Tilda now, when they bring out their main collection, so the main collection is called Chic Escape, thank you, but they always bring out a companion collection which stands absolutely on its own. You could make beautiful, beautiful things with this collection on its own, but it's a smaller scale, more of a sort of a I don't want to say
Diffusion.
backgroundy.
But no, but it's one, okay, so what most people do is they would bring out a patterned one,
Yeah.
and then they'd bring out like a speckled one and go, this is a blender, this is your
Yes.
blender. This is Tilda's version of a blender, but her blenders are signature fabrics in their own right, but they go beautifully with it. So you've used
this
that
pink
one, that pink one
Well,
there.
I used this grey and this pink on my quilt, and then I used this yellow with my bag.
We're going to be doing all of that. We'll be doing all of that within the next 2 hours. It's all going to be done the next 2 hours.
But basically what they've done is pulled out colours that will work with this collection, but also with your previous. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
You know, and of course at some point today I'm going to have to put that into a rainbow.
Of course you are. Right, I'll take that back, so that's not till
Thank you.
later. So now we're moving on to the blue bundle of the
Yes.
Tilda.
Now, I deliberately used the pink, grey and gold collection, and I'm using the pink and rust version today because I think those are the colourways which you might find more challenging or to imagine if I'd just shown you the fabrics. The blue, I think, is just very, very easy to look at and think, oh yeah, that's absolutely beautiful. Look at that. I'm absolutely all over those fabrics.
Beautiful.
Love, love, love this silver mink colour in the background.
Silver mink is that what you call it?
Well, only because we do a solid called silver
Oh,
mink,
okay.
which is that
Yeah,
very
okay.
colour. And I just think if you wanted to mix a solid with this, go for silver mink. But that combined with blue is super, super classy, isn't it? The ginger jar print, sort of patterned one with flowers, is just incredible. You could fussy cut this, you could stack and whack this, would be absolutely beautiful. And then you've also got, again, talk about classic.
Oh, that is stunning.
Sort of, it's that willow pattern, ginger jar, isn't it? You know, that you have turned into a lamp. Just absolutely beautiful. And you've got that for that bit of calmness, that bit of coolness as well. I think that would be amazing to create like pillowcases or cushions to go on a bed.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Plain white linen or cream linen and some cushions or a runner in that. Beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Absolutely beautiful. And then, of course, that wonderful peacock print.
Yeah.
And I just think that on its own is stunning.
Totally. So that's the blue one, $34.95. These are the mini bundles. The mega bundle's hugely popular as well. And then the last of the mini bundles, grey and mustard, they've called it.
Yep, with a healthy dose of pink in there as well. And this is the one that I really concentrated on in my wall hangings. I just thought this was beautiful, sophisticated. It's country, but it's country house.
Yes.
You know, lovely, the big posh house. Like your house, John. A sort of, you know, country house interiors, the sort of thing that you could imagine being photographed beautifully. Absolutely stunning. But like I say, I think if I just presented you with those fabrics, I would absolutely understand anyone saying, well, I love them all, but what would you do with them?
Yeah.
You know, you need to, I mean, this is true of all fabrics. You have to use the right fabric in the right pattern.
Yes.
Imagine for a second this design if I did this in solids.
Well,
You know, if there was just a great big rectangular solid,
exactly.
or a really tiny print, like Daisy Field, little tiny print, be like, I mean,
But
it would look
why?
all right, but you'd wonder why.
Yeah.
You'd think, no, you want to cut that small. This, of course, we all know you need to leave the pieces big.
Yes.
And of course, yes, we need a pattern for that. This is super easy. It's fun. It's fast. You're going to love it.
Stuart refers to Stack and Whack. What is this, please? Love you together, our cheeky boys. Glynis brought your answers there. I need to tell you, I can't read them all out. There are so many messages on Facebook going, you two cheeky boys together. Love it, love it. Love the fact you were together. Thank you so much for all the messages.
But we haven't been cheeky yet.
Not yet, no.
Can
Not
I
on
just
air,
say,
anyway.
by the way, John, I'm absolutely loving that little pineapple.
Fresh out of the shower look it is.
Is it?
Well, it's because they cut it, right, and it was very much this. And then I came in one day, forgot to brush it when I got out of the shower.
Right.
And thought, oh, just leave it. And everyone's gone wild about it, so I just left it.
Oh,
Thank
I
you.
went crazy.
Thank you.
It's
Well, when you
gorgeous.
get to my age, anything helps, doesn't it?
Well, I'll take that. And also adds a little height.
Well, Mick, could you do your hair like that?
No, definitely not.
You could just do one at the front like that, like a unicorn.
That would be gorgeous,
Yeah,
John. What a
wouldn't it?
joy. What a joy.
Right, Stack and Whack, Stack and Whack.
Yeah, so Stack and Whack. What Stack and Whack is, you cut either 6 or 8 identical strips of fabric. It's a method in a book by a quilter called Bethany Reynolds, I believe. So you layer up these strips of fabric, cut selvage to selvage, and they're identical strips, and you layer them and you put a pin through the layer of fabric to make sure that every little motif, identical motif, matches up.
Oh, okay. So they're not just the same fabric. They're actually. So if you cut this out,
Yes.
you'd cut out in exactly the same place on
Exactly
each
right.
one.
So if I
Okay.
just show you here on this strip,
Yeah.
So you might cut about 4.5 inch strip, okay?
Right.
So it would be something like that, and you would have 8 identical 4.5 inch
Right,
strips.
not just strips of any different fabrics. They have to be
They
matching.
are,
Yeah.
and you get a flower head pin,
Yeah.
and you maybe pick like the beak,
Yeah.
and you pierce through the beak, and then you lift up the first layer, and you make sure that the pin goes through the beak. Through the beak, and you pin that through, and then you pin it, which sounds like a lot of fuss to go to.
It's a lot of fuss, that.
Yeah, the layering up is a lot of fuss, but it's worth it, because then what you do is you just cut triangles all along, okay? And each stack of 8 triangles creates a block. And then what you do is you fan out all 8 into like a kaleidoscope. And because it's the same part of the fabric repeated 8 times, it creates the most incredible patterns.
Right, so I had Jason Yen to quilt yesterday,
Uh-huh.
and it was 9.5 metres of exactly the same fabric, and
Yeah.
you cut out triangles. So A's are all the purple bits,
Yeah.
B's all
So
the
that would
blue
be a
bits.
fussy cut.
So that's fussy cutting, but it's creating the same.
Yeah.
same
So
thing,
rather
yeah.
than fussy cut,
Yeah.
you cut out the identical strips, and then you just cut out big triangles.
Oh, wow.
And then you have a bit of background fabric and you sew them together. It's absolutely amazing. If you've never seen it before, just Google Stack and Whack.
Right.
The book's still available. It's absolutely wonderful. There are some variations where you can use diamonds, or you can do 6 triangles, equilateral triangles. You can do the same effect and create hexagons. But really fab technique, and it needs large-scale prints, but also large-scale prints that have different lines in them. So Yvonne and I were talking about this earlier on. This fabric right here would be amazing for Stack and Whack, the big ginger jar.
Yeah.
And the reason why this would be particularly good is because you've got these floral areas, and you've got these areas with the ginger jars.
Yeah.
And then you've got very little in the way of background. So literally wherever you cut, you're going to get something amazing. Now a fabric like this one here, this would still be really good for Stack and Whack,
Yeah.
but depending on where the triangle falls, if your triangle fell here, you've got quite a lot of background fabric
Yeah.
there, so that one might not be quite so exciting, but there's so many other gorgeous parts of it, I probably still would.
Lovely. Nikki, are there any? Can we put the graphics in for the big bundle? Just see how it's going, rather than have no graphics in at all.
It's mine.
Brilliant.
Oh, that's
Right,
mine.
132.81. Now, it's been very, very popular. You get all of these. You get 10 metres of half a metre of every single one of the fabrics that we've got from the range. Message. Good morning, Stuart and John. I'm not a big fan of large print fabrics, but looking at these, I think you've just converted me. They are so beautiful from Bex.
Bex, I'm glad you love them. You know, sometimes large-scale prints are also, a lot of them seem to be leery.
Yes.
And I mean that in a loving way, but you know what I mean? They're big and they're leery, whereas these are large scale and they're very classy, they're very elegant. Sorry, if I'm going to be classy, I should say classy. They're classy and they're elegant.
Yes.
And they're traditional, but the colours are, va-va-voom.
Do you know also, if from a fashion point of view, if you're of a curvy nature, sometimes the print, if you put a big print on a beautiful curvaceous body, it can create that lovely kind of undulance and just gorgeousness. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, because sometimes if you are more curvaceous and you make a dress out of a little print, it's like you're saying about, you'd go, oh, why bother? Why bother with that? Whereas if you've got colour and gorgeous big patterns, it's just stunning.
Well, you know what? If you've got a big, beautiful canvas, you're not going to draw a tiny stick figure, are you, in one corner?
Yeah.
You're going to
celebrate.
Put beautiful. Exactly. It's exactly that point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Love it.
Right, now, I don't know the best way to do this, because we've got to do these fabrics all by the half metre, because we're the TV launch of them all by the half metre. So we can start running through them, but I also want to do, we got 2 hours, so we're fine. So should we go through a few of them by the half metre first, and then we'll do some sewing, and then we'll come back to these again. Okay, right, so these, I'll shout out the number, and Nikki will do them. BTZW79. Right, this is gorgeous. Let's get the right way up, Tom. Now this, my mum and dad, years ago, had some curtains made for the dining room. They were darker green this, but they had these like kind of vintage drawings of like hydrangeas and roses on and everything like that. And at the time, I was about 11, I was like, oh, boring. Because I wanted geometric, it was the 70s, you know what I mean? But now...
I was being kind then, I was going to say it was the 80s, but of course it wasn't. You're welcome.
Thank you, you're welcome, Clang. Anyway, $6.99 for half metre, it's 44 inches wide, it's 100% cotton, it's machine washable, and it's quilting weight fabric. This one is called Wild Garden in Teal. Now, you see, I wouldn't necessarily call that teal myself.
It's not teal.
It's not a true teal.
Sage.
Yeah, exactly, light sage, yeah, exactly. $6.99.
It's quite Sanderson, isn't it?
Yes, yes, I've got some Sanderson sheets and I absolutely love them, just beautiful. Anyway, this is where you're buying it off the bolt, right? You can buy, if you want 5 metres of this, you buy 5 metres of it. If you want 1.5 metres of it, you buy 1.5 metres of it. It's cut off the bolt, especially for you. Remember, 1 unit is half a metre. So that's that one. Then I'm going to jump to... Oh, I love these. It's really funny because I didn't realise just how gorgeous and sumptuous these are.
Special, isn't it?
CEZW50. There's something amazing about these fabrics. Look. They call this one maroon in flower vase. You see, maroon to me sums up as in my cords and my little pixie boots in the 80s. That was in the 80s, right?
I did, John. I'm just you. It's me. You're talking about me,
right?
Cords and pixie boots.
Oh no, pixie boots, leg warmers. That was me in the 80s.
Oh, I loved pixie boots.
Oh, so did I. So did I. And I just kept buying them in different colours, but my favourites were maroon ones or burgundy. $6.99. Those for the half metre. The colours in there are just exquisite, aren't they? Next one. Oh, it's lovely big green. This is HTZW20. One of my favourite flowers, lupins in there.
Oh, we've got lovely lupins out in the garden at the moment.
Oh, well, mine aren't out yet.
Warmer in Yorkshire, you see.
Yeah, whimsy flower in green, this one. Whimsy flower in green. Beautiful. If there's any that we go past, you want to see them again, just let me know and we can waft them again for you. Now, look at this one. This is a DZZW05. Now, what colour they've called this, because it's just exquisite. It's DZZW05. Cushions would be beautiful, wouldn't they?
What about recovering a chair or stool?
Oh, imagine, yeah. In fact, Charlie's living in my house for 2 weeks. He could make me one while he's there.
I've seen a bit of Charlie's sewing. He's getting rather good,
Yeah.
isn't he?
It is grey, yeah, it's definitely grey. Yeah, it's a kind of, I don't want to call it just plain grey. They've called it flower vase in grey. There's something about each colour is the colour she says it is, but it's got that extra bit of gorgeousness to it, hasn't it? Lovely. Then look at this one here, the peacock one. Very, very popular peacock one. EAZW74. So now I call this magenta. But we'll wait and see. Or puce, maybe.
Oh, not puce.
Not puce.
No.
Why not puce?
Well, puce is, you know what...
Grape, it's called.
Grape, I get. You know
Yeah.
what puce means, don't you?
Oh, no, what?
In French. It's French for flea. So puce, couleur de puce, is the colour of fleas. And it was what Marie Antoinette's husband, the King of France, referred to a particular dress she wore. And he said it was the colour of fleas. And it just became phenomenally popular. It was the colour to be seen in at court in France.
Maybe that's a past life.
It coined the colour name puce, and now we love it. But yeah, I don't want to put anybody off. I don't want to put anybody off.
Okay, fine, moving on. Then I've got GSZW26. This is your vases, but in a gorgeous, well, ginger I'd call that. What colour would you call that one?
Gold.
Gold. Mustard, apparently it's called.
Yeah, English mustard powder.
English mustard powder. Vase collection in mustard. That's again so beautiful, isn't it? Matt, look at the price. Why is it only $6.99?
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? The thing is, when Tilda first started doing fabrics, they were 54 or 60 inches wide, and they were quite a lot more expensive than regular quilt-weight cotton. But over the years, the width has gone to regular 44 inches wide. The price is amazing. The quality is so beautiful, and the number of colours in each print.
But also, we expect now to pay $7.99 minimum here, or $7.49 say for a designer fabric. So $6.99 is amazing.
It is.
Anyway, this one is JMZW74. So this one is called Rust, Whimsy Flower in Rust.
Love that.
Beautiful.
That background colour.
Yes.
Stunning, isn't it?
Well, they're also... did she come over and look at English country houses? Because she's got the colours.
Well, if she did, she didn't visit mine.
Of course not, no. Well, yours is so exclusive, she most probably thought she couldn't.
That's right.
Anyway, I'll do one more and then we'll do some sewing. ZOZW48, this is your vases on blue. Oh, they call this one navy blue, they've called this one. $6.99. Oh! Hang on, that's sold out. That's sold out. Very popular. Well, if that's sold out, I'll do one more then. Now, that means we cannot recreate the mega bundle, and it also means we cannot recreate... Is it in that bundle? Yeah. We can't recreate the mega bundle or that small blue bundle now because it's sold out by the half metre. I'll do one more and then we'll carry on. This is WKZW58. Gorgeous. Look at the colour of the background of that one.
I just fell in love with that.
Yeah.
I thought that was so sumptuous. It's that minky colour, isn't it?
But it's the way she's mixed the minky colour with that blue.
Yeah.
She's taken some risks, hasn't she? But then it's there in vintage.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't find it. WKZW. Sand, she's called it. Sand. I shall have sand between my It's good teeth, I was going to say then in a minute. My toes this time next week. Fingers crossed.
What do you do on holiday, John?
No, actually the beach where the house is isn't sandy, it's pebbly. So right, I'm going to take a break from showing you the fabrics, and we'll do a little bit of sewing, then I'll come back to the fabrics if that's all right.
Okay, perfect. So here's the here's the piecing, folks. Blink and you'll miss it. It's easy peasy. So I'm going to make some 9-patch units.
What are we making at the moment?
So I'm going to show you. I mean, this is the basics.
Oh, sorry, just got to interrupt a sec. What'd you say, Nick? 2 mega bundles left and 9 in baskets. You need to check out. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Not at all.
Right.
So I'm going to show you the sort of foundation of both quilts, actually.
Which is it's in both, yeah.
Yeah, which is the humble 9-patch. Okay, so in order to make this, I need to make 2 different strip sets. Okay, I need to do if you like, dark, light, dark, and then a light, dark, light.
Right.
Now I've used 9 patches in sort of both forms. Here, if you have a look over here, I've used here the kind of, if you like, light, dark, light here. But then underneath it, there's one which goes dark, light, dark. So, you know, you'll need to make both.
Yeah.
And what I've done there is just cut 2.5-inch strips of fabric.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Do my 2 dark fabrics have to be the same fabric, or can they be 2 different dark fabrics?
Personally, I'd recommend you use the same 2 fabrics.
Right.
Because there's already a lot going on in this quilt. And if you want the 9-patch to look like a 9-patch, then I would go with that. I just use 2 fabrics.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you want your combinations to pop more, then throw in a solid or a batik or a tone on tone, rather than just using the collection as is.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing here is I'm just chain piecing some strips together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I'm working on both strip sets at the same time. Now, for the outer strip sets, you're going to need twice as many, because you've got 3 rows and the first and the third row are the same. So you'll need twice as many of those.
Right.
But that's easy enough to do. So now I've left them joined together. Well, there we go. And I'm just adding on my next strips now. So chain piecing, if you've never done it, it just means, you know, rather than sewing 1 patch, cutting your thread and then doing the next, you just keep going.
Stuart's using the Brother machine back in stock. He's going to be demonstrating it at the 12 o'clock hour, and we're going to be talking through the embroidery machine, which is back in stock.
Yes, very excited about that.
You can't fail to make something beautiful with such stunning fabric. Got a few of these to ooh and ah over. Kate, naughty.
Well done. Well, it's a little bit of an indulgence, isn't it?
Isn't it?
You know, it's a lovely treat. And when Tilda bring out fabric collections, it's always a treat. Now, what Tilda are doing from now on moving forward, they always used to bring out 4 collections a year. But from now on, they're going to be bringing out 3 collections each year. So, you know, don't feel bad about getting involved with this range, because, you know, there isn't going to be a 4th range this year. So you can treat yourself.
Okay, Stuart, there's lots of messages about how well you're looking. Stuart, have you lost weight? Stuart, you're looking good. Stuart, I've just bought your book. I want to make the messenger bag.
Oh, thank you.
Teresa says, just home from work, coffee on, 2 favourite fellas on the telly, and the sun is shining. Already a great day. Then you show us that stunning fabric. Sandy said, oh, Stuart, you look like you've lost weight. Looking good. John, you look beach ready.
Gorgeous.
Like a whale, you mean? Like a stranded whale. Morning, you lovely boys. How much fabric did you say for a kimono, John? Need the peacock for this. Christina, what you need to do is you need to work out how long you want to wear it, and you do that twice for the length, and then you just add on, depending on how wide you want the sleeves, you just add that onto the bottom. So depends how wet, if you're going to have a Ken Barlow kimono, or you're going to have a, you know, like a cascading one, you need to work out. So you measure from your nape to the floor, by that twice, by however wide your sleeves are, remember they have to go round that much, you buy that twice, and then you literally add hem allowance on it, and you'll be fine that way.
Perfect. Gorgeous. Okay, right. So I've done a couple of strip sets there. I'm just going to pop the iron over there.
Right.
Have you seen my lovely new iron?
I have, watching it on you earlier.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, so I've done my strip sets. So what I'm going to do now is cut them down into 2.5-inch segments. So this is the same whether you're making the small wall hanging or the large quilt. And this is really basic patchwork, which I love.
Yep.
There's so many ways that you can use our traditional patchwork, which we love. So I'm going to make one 9 patch just to show you how we're going to put that together. And this is the only patchwork that you've got to do for the whole quilt.
Wow.
How cool is that?
Yeah.
So I've cut 2 of those, and then I need 1 of these. So I'm going for the, I suppose, more usual dark on the outside and then light in the middle.
Uh-huh.
But you can see how if you made these strips full width, you know, one recipe, if you like, is going to make loads of 9 patches. Now, when I was doing my pressing earlier on, I made sure that I pressed consistently towards one of the fabrics, and in this case I pressed them towards that beautiful bubblegum pink. So that means that when I put my layers together, my seam allowances are going to be in opposition automatically. Really, John, with a good wind behind me, I don't need to put any pins in there. As long as I've got those matched up.
Yeah.
I've said it now, haven't I?
At your age, you always have wind. Is that what you're saying?
Say again.
At your age, you've always had wind. Always got wind, haven't you? You smiling through gritted teeth.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And yes, I have lost weight. Do you know, I had great news yesterday.
Oh, yes.
I've lost about 2 stone.
Brilliant.
And I was thrilled and delighted, and then I went online and I did my BMI.
Oh, yes.
And I worked out that I was still obese.
Oh, don't. I'd have to be something about like 8 stone to be a normal. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah. But
now,
I mean,
Nikki's you know, Nikki produced today. She's a personal trainer.
Yeah.
And she's saying, waste of time.
Yeah.
She says that's Nikki's opinion. Obviously.
I know, but it, you know, but anyway. So, but it is that word, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yes. Completely.
Obese,
Yeah.
rather than overweight.
Yeah.
Anyway, I went to see my doctor and got weighed, got measured, and all that kind of thing. And he said to me, "Well, I've got some good news for you, Stuart." And I said, "Go on, tell me." He said, "You're just overweight." And I was like, "I'm not obese." And he said, "No, because my BMI is 29.06. He said, "So we'll take that 0.4 or whatever it was." And I said, "We certainly will." So yeah, I'm just overweight now.
Brilliant.
Hurrah.
Wow. It's weird, isn't it? It's just weird.
Yeah, I mean...
But as long as you feel good in yourself and you feel happy, that's the main thing.
I feel absolutely marvellous. I really do.
The thing is, what I did when I lost all my weight on Slimming World is like, you've lost 2 stone. If you try and carry 2 stone and walk to the shops, or just, you know, do your normal day thing with a rucksack with 2 stone in it, you think, how did I carry all this all the time?
True. Well, the whole reason, what prompted me to lose weight was because I said to my doctor, I feel like my weight is aging me. It's making me feel older because I was struggling to bend and pick things up and garden and stuff like that, run after goats. And that's not universal, I realise, but anyway. So, so there we go. He said to me, lose weight and do more. So I have.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Mega Bundle sold out. Mega Bundle sold out now, and we can't replace it because this one's sold out already as well.
So there's that gorgeous little 9 patch there. Super easy to make. And I just want to show you how that fits into the quilt.
Yeah.
So on the mini quilt, we've got those, it should measure 6.5 inches square, by the way, raw edge to raw edge.
Okay.
Once it's sewn together, 6 inches square. So there and there.
Brilliant.
And then there and there, down in the bottom. And
but
then,
as you say, you've alternated, because that one's got the dark ones, and then others have got the light ones in the corner.
No, these ones are all dark and light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then plain squares in the corner.
Oh, okay.
A 12.5 inch fussy cut square. I'm going to show you how to do that next in the centre. And then a 6.5 by 12.5 inch rectangle.
Right.
6.5 inch square. And then same over here, 6.5 inch square, 6.5 by 12.5 inch rectangle.
Right.
And then you literally sew a row and a row.
Yeah.
And then these two together.
Yeah.
These two together, and then sew them to the square, and then you sew your 3 rows. That's it. Now on the big quilt, what I've done down here, so exactly the same little unit there, look.
Yeah, yeah.
9 patch, single squares. Over here, I've done, there's that dark, light, dark.
Yeah.
But above it, there's a light, dark, light.
Right, yeah.
And then there's another light, dark, light under there.
Yeah.
So there's 3 9 patches sewn together there. There's 2 sewn together there. But again, you want them to be mirror image of each
Yes,
other.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And then same down there, repeated.
Now, can you put that, you can't put that together in rows then, can you?
Yes, so what you're going to do to put this whole quilt together, if you missed it earlier, what you're going to do is this. You're going to sew 3 9 patches together.
Yeah.
And that's a little unit. And then here you've got an 18.5 inch fussy cut square.
Right.
So that to that,
Yeah.
that's your first unit.
Right, okay, so it's not going right the way, it's not coming right the way across.
So sew that together.
Yeah.
Right, next unit you're going to work on 6.5 by 12.5 inch rectangle.
Yeah.
2 9 patches sewn together. And a 12.5 inch square. Sew those 3 together.
Right.
So this is unit number 2. So unit 2 to unit 1. Then you're going to work on unit 3.
Right.
So that's 2 6.5 inch squares and 2 9 patch units sewn together, and then a 12.5 by 18.5 inch rectangle. That to that, and then sew that to.
But that could be a finished quilt.
That
if
could
you
be a
didn't want the
finished
whole
quilt.
thing, that could be your finished quilt. couldn't it?
Exactly. And then all I did was I repeated all of that for the lower half.
Right.
But I rearranged the patches.
Right.
So they still all fit together, but I rearranged them a little bit. You can see I moved this 9 patch strip from here into the middle.
Oh, yeah.
Shifted things across. This is shifted. I just basically shifted everything over and put this side over here.
Brilliant.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So really easy to do. Now let me just show you how to fussy cut.
Right.
Because you're going to need to fussy cut a peacock or something else.
Oh, what? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So first of all, when you're fussy cutting, you want to obviously decide what size patch am I cutting. So in this case, I want a 12.5 inch square. Now the next thing you want to find is half of that distance. So half of 12.5 is 6 1/4. Exactly right. So then you want to identify the center part of your motif.
Right.
Now you can do that by folding your fabric if you want, or you can do it as I do it, which is by eye.
Right.
And essentially what I'm doing here with my ruler is I'm finding 6 1/4 here, and I'm finding 6 1/4 here.
Oh, sure, your microphone's gone out. I'll come and stand next to you.
Okay.
You keep talking.
Okay. Talking to your chest.
Yes. Talking to my chest. Hello, hello, Charlie.
Hello.
Is this working? Let's have a look.
Can you hear?
We can hear you.
Hello.
Hello. Anyway, keep going, shout.
You don't get many of them to the pound.
Oi, missus. Right, so 6 1/4.
Find 6 1/4 in both directions. Now that will be the centre of your fussy cut block. You're also looking, hello, don't get many of them to the pound either.
Oh, wrong one, wrong one. Keep going, keep going. I'm just changing it back. Oh, you're very cool. Yeah, hang on, I've got to put this one.
Fussy cut and be manhandled.
I won't manhandle you. Keep fussy cutting. Go.
Woo! Okay. If I get this all wrong, you'll understand why at home, won't you? Okay, so I've got my 6 1/4 and 6 1/4 right in the centre of where I want it to be. So now I'm going to cut these 2 sides. Now obviously it is an absolute boon to have a large square ruler for doing a job like this. If you haven't got one, think about getting one.
Yeah.
So I've done that. Now I'm going to turn that around. And I'm going to now line up the 12.5 inch marks on both sides. And I'm going to make my 2 final cuts. Okay, there we go. And what I've ended up with is my beautiful 12.5 inch square I've got my peacock in the centre. Obviously, I've got that nice sort of full length of the peacock in there. That's absolutely spot on.
Okay, we're going to go for a break now. There's your thing. We're going to go for a quick break now. Oh, sorry, my bad.
all right.
We're going to go for a quick break now. We will see you. We'll carry on going with this fabric. We'll introduce the daisy fabric, but the main mega bundle hat. You know what I was trying to say. It's sold out. We'll see you in 4.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags, as you can see. I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilter Stay. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you're got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Carrying on with our Tilda extravaganza. So what I'm going to do is, the mega bundle sold out completely. I'll carry on doing by the half metre because we are the first TV company to have it by the half metre. And then I'll introduce the 4 bundles again, and then the new daisy fabric, and then we'll do some more sewing.
Yay.
So then moving on. If you've, I've already done these. If you want to see any of those, let me know. Right. So this one is WFZ W84. Peacocks on green. Remember, it's $6.99 half metre, it's 44 inches wide, it's machine washable, it's quilting weight. It's stunning, we're both oozing with gorgeousness. No, we're not, the fabric is, but we're oohing and ahhing about how gorgeous it is. Message on the bottom. It's all gone a bit misses, love the two of you together. It always is misses with us too, isn't it? Right, moving on. We've got the vases on UDZW28.
The background colour on that print is gorgeous, isn't it?
So rich and sumptuous, isn't it? Petrol, they've called that one.
Okay.
Petrol. Stunning, and I love the colours that it goes with. Every single colour has been picked to perfection. Normally in a range, you'd go to a fabric, go, love this one, go, green, whatever, but none of those on this one at all. This is lovely. This reminds me of my
listening out for that now, John.
The what?
When you're showing off fabric and you go, and this one, green.
Yeah, green. VAZW59 reminds me of my nan for some reason, this one. My nan always had summer curtains and winter curtains.
Oh.
She always used to change. She wasn't posh.
Oh.
Just to change her
cute.
curtains. Mustard, this one. Wild Garden in mustard. Lovely. Remember, 44 inches wide, machine washable, quilting weight, 100% cotton. Now this one could almost be in a museum, because if you saw a vase like this in the V&A, MFZW47.
It's funny you should mention the V&A, John.
Well, I was about to say that, and I thought, we might not want me saying that. So why are we mentioning the V&A?
Oh, well, because next week I'm going to have a very, very posh party at the V&A.
Oh, yeah.
My publishers are throwing a party for their authors.
Oh.
So you'll laugh. I went straight onto their website, HarperCollins website, to see, well, who are their current authors and who might I bump into. And I was thrilled to discover that both Aesop and J.R.R. Tolkien are both authors for HarperCollins. So I'm hoping I'll get to meet both of them.
But who else are they? You didn't meet any famous faces? They do cookery books, don't they?
Joss Ackland.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Chef Norman will be there. Anybody who follows me on Instagram and Facebook will recognise Chef Norman from fabulous Kuala Lumpur Malaysian restaurant. He's done a gorgeous Malaysian
I thought you swapping books.
We did. And so he and I are both going to the party together.
Oh, that's nice.
Fun.
Here you go. This one is your green vase collection. Now this pink is just gorgeous. MTZW53. You see, it's pink, but it's not pink, is it? And they just called it pink, but there's something, I don't know what in the paint box is mixed with the pink to give it that lovely vintage colour.
Yeah.
It's just got something, hasn't it? That's just beautiful.
It is. It's a bubble gum, isn't it? Really?
I was going to say bubble gum originally, and then I thought, actually, it's bubble gum, but a posh bubble gum.
Well, bubblegum pink is a really, really classic, like reproduction, historical colour for fabric. So they're a whole, especially mixed with chocolate brown.
Oh yes, yes,
so bubblegum pink, chocolate brown together.
There used to be sweets. You used to be able to get those. What were they called? They were like lemon sherbets, but they were chocolate and pink. They must have been strawberry.
Were they from the 50s?
I wasn't around in the 50s, but not far from. NJZW79. I'll get him back, don't worry.
What was it like in Victorian times?
Well, when I got on my penny farthing to go to school with my top hat. Don't worry.
I'll keep.
Yeah, 79. NJZW79. Grey Whimsy Flower, that one's called. Beautiful. Now, this peacock is just NLZW49. That is just, I think that might be my favourite peacock. Oh, you just want?
Yeah.
I think that might be my favourite peacock, that one. Grey. just
because
on
you do
grey.
get pink peacocks, don't you?
Pardon?
You can get pink
Yes.
peacocks.
Never seen one.
Can you?
I've seen white
you can get
ones,
white
and I've seen
ones.
the normal, the regular ones.
I think you
Red
can
peacocks
get
you
red
can
and
get,
yeah.
Wonder where they are. Oh, sorry, that one. Oh, the grape peacock is sold out.
That's that
Okay,
one.
let's get rid of that. Oh, have I even got that far yet?
Yeah, no, it's that one.
Hang on, let me look. Yeah, that one's sold out. That's fine. Now, moving on then. Oh, now this is the one. This is your beautiful RLZW86. This is Charlie's favourite. Don't let that put you off, though. Charlie says he's got great taste. You see that? And Charlie says... What was that? That was Crystal
public
Tips and Alistair, wasn't it?
No, they were educational adverts for children. Charlie says never play with matches.
That's right.
Or go near pylons.
I've only got 2.5 metres to this one left, and there's 11 people got it in their basket, so I'm going to say that one's sold out as well. Vases on pink and red. This is RLZW98. Beautiful, isn't it? The background. Have you seen the sky? Have you had them up in Yorkshire? The
sky.
pink
Yes,
and
we've got it in
the
Yorkshire.
pink and orange sky.
Yes.
That every night at the moment, the last few nights, it's been this sort of colour, isn't it? It's been incredible. This one's it's called pink. Okay, it's got pink on it.
Ginger.
I would say ginger as well. Yeah. Beautiful.
Pink and ginger. That could be our drag names.
I don't do.
Here they are from Hollywood. It's Pink and Ginger.
From Reddit.
From Reddit. They're here all week. Try the kebab.
There's a theatre that takes tours in Reddit, isn't there?
I'm sure there is.
Yes. You made me laugh now. Hang on. SEZW65. Navy. Well, I'm just seeing this, like in red sequined numbers with like white fur trim, faux fur, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Like big gentlemen prefer blondes.
Yeah, with the paradise feathers in the hair.
Good.
And everything, yeah.
Love it.
What? I can't hear you, Nikki. Okay, be careful because half the stock's gone, but there's more people got that in their basket than they've got stock of. I'm not going to take it away yet until it's all checked out. Which one? Oh, the peacocks, yeah? LCZW83 is the last one of this range. Again, beautiful colour. It's the last one now.
It's almost a denim blue, isn't it?
Yeah,
that
they've just called it blue.
It's almost a denim.
Blue, yeah. More people than we've got stock of is in the basket. At the end of the hour, we'll do a recap of actually what's left, right?
Also, John, just on the denim front, wouldn't these fabrics, these florals, look amazing pieced with denim, especially for bag making, a weekender or a tote or a messenger bag, mixed denim and floral?
I like that one where, I don't know what the name of it is, but you sew denim on one side and the fabric on the other, and then you fold them over and stitch it like that so that it looks like petals in the
Japanese folded patchwork.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
right.
beautiful.
While we're talking about the blue, let's just do the mini bundles before we go any further, because I don't know how these are doing. Oh, we have to do those on your side. I'm ever so sorry.
That's fine.
So the blue one first. Gorgeous.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, blue.
Blue and sand, this one's called.
But then you see, I pulled this out and I mixed this with the yellow daisy field.
Yeah, yeah.
So
you don't have to do it the way you
No, you could, if you bring in some more of the pink.
They're all allocated in baskets. You need to check out on that one.
Yeah.
Right, what colour next?
Green. I'll decide.
You decide.
And this is the colour of that sort of, chinoiserie. wallpaper, like you said,
yes,
wallpaper.
yeah, no. You see, I haven't decorated my hall and my landing yet because I was thinking I wanted it in William Morris, really bulk. But if Tilda did, I'd use any of these to do it in. They're gorgeous.
Absolutely, really gorgeous. Yeah, you want almost that kind of tree of life.
Yes.
You know, birds and beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Well, when you're working with a big space, you know, like a grand entrance hall.
Well, it's hardly that, but there you go. That's $34.99. Next one is the pink one and purple one.
Grape.
Couleur de three colours, this one. Grape and something.
And rust.
Oh, rust, that's
right. It's that rust. I'm in love with that colour. Absolutely love it. And these are more daring colour combinations, aren't they?
Yeah, totally.
It's so inspiring. If you need a freshen up, if you need to freshen up your sense of colour, and you want, you know, something that's going to take you out of what you always do, pick one of these bundles.
Lovely. And then the last of those bundles.
It's the grey and mustard. Absolutely lovely. And again, if you want to sort of add a little extra brightness to this, add in some pink or even perhaps the green would be lovely in this as well. Just really lovely and fresh.
Hang on, we haven't got the graphics for that one yet.
Oh.
Sorry, Stuart. Morning, lovely boys. The imagination is running wild. You and Aesop, Stuart. Right, Gina says, good morning, John and Stuart, loving the prints. I agree, most of them take me back in time to my nan's house. Apparently it's very hot outside as well. That's what Jan Hill's just told us.
It's 24 degrees just driving down.
Oh, what?
6 a.m.
Right, now, more brand new fabrics for us. Now, these are all the same print, just in different colours, right? Now, we've got a mega bundle and we've got them individually. So I'm going to whiz through them because I know Stuart's got an awful lot to show you in this hour. So mega bundle, first of all. Look at them, they're so beautiful. Now this is like, Stuart was explaining earlier, this is like her blender range, but they're not blenders, are they?
No.
They're individuals of their own. So you get 5 meters of this daisy field. You get the green, the mustard, the ecru. I don't know if these are her names, I'll tell you in a second.
So pretty, the ecru.
Very pretty. Dressmaking, think of dressmaking. Rust.
Mango.
I'm
going to call that mango.
No, you're right. No, mango. Okay, then. I'm going to get you maroon. Bubblegum. Elephant grey. These are not the real colours. These are the Stuartisms. We'll see how many he gets right. Mink.
Aqua.
Oh, I love the colours they put with that one.
Denim.
Right, so for $69.90 you get half a metre of each one. Right, there are 9 of those bundles left, but there are 10 people got them in baskets. So you can recreate it yourself. Look, if you're going to buy, if the bundles all sell out, you can recreate this yourself because you just buy half a metre of each ones I'm going to show you now. And I'm going to be doing this really, really quickly. So be ready. I'm sure you've got your paper and your pencil ready for Stuart's tips that are coming up in this hour. But if you need the code, I'm going to shout them out now. DIZW39. Look, beautiful colourway that one. They just called it blue. Oh yeah, Daisy Field Blue. Ooh, says Carol next door. $6.99 for half a metre. That's stunning, isn't it? Then we've got what Stuart called the Aqua, which is teal, they've called it. Yeah, that's teal, they've called that one. Excuse me, scratching my nose. $6.99 half metre, 100% cotton, 44 inches wide, machine washable, quilting weight. Then we move on to this, which you call what? Silver fox? No. Taupe, they call it.
Isn't that what you call yourself?
Hardly a fox. It'd be more like
you are.
Oh, I saw a fox. It wasn't this morning. Huge. It was. I mean, I hate London foxes because I used to rip my bin bags to pieces. But in the country, I love them. But they're huge, absolutely huge. That one's your taupe.
Taupe,
I say, yeah. Lovely. Now we've got
Gris.
You got this one right. Well, you've been French all of a sudden.
I'm just,
Look.
you know. Oh, heavy
Someone's
footed.
going into the sacking office upstairs. Huh?
Oh, dear.
No, then we've got this one. You called this one bubble gum.
I did.
She calls it pink.
They're here all week.
I'm not. We're here tomorrow.
True.
You're in all week though, aren't you?
I am.
You're not in tomorrow, are you?
No, I'm in from Sunday. I'm doing Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh,
No, Saturday. No, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay.
I was doing Thursday as well, but because I'm going to this party
yes,
at the
of course.
V&A, I don't know if I mentioned it.
Of course, yeah.
Aesop will be there.
Shall we call this one Plum then? Put a plum in it. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? I love the way that she should put she could have just changed the background colour and left everything the same, but she's changed every colour within the pattern, hasn't she? Lovely. Then we've got ginger. Call this one ginger, not mango.
Oh, but mango, ginger, lime smoothie.
Oh,
now you're talking.
Now you're talking holiday.
Little smidge of coconut in there.
Oh, no thanks.
No, do you like coconut?
Oh.
Really?
I could drink coconut milk. I don't like coconut itself.
No.
Don't like I think it's childhood desiccated coconut.
Or as we call it in my house, desecrated coconut.
Because it was sprinkled on everything in the 70s, wasn't it?
Literally everything. Sunday roasts,
Yeah.
pie, you name it.
Cream. This one's cream.
Glacé cherries and a sprinkling of desecrated
Glacé
coconut.
cherries. Oh.
And we used to cut leaves out of Angelica.
Did you?
Crystallised Angelica.
The things we did.
Well, there wasn't much on the telly, was there, John?
Cliff
so we had to
Richards and
find...
Olivia Newton-John on a Saturday night. We only had 3 channels in those days, didn't we?
I remember it, and I was the TV remote control. My dad used to nudge me and say, turn it over.
channel.
Used to get,
Yeah, you have to.
Push the button
Oh,
in.
well, the first one we had, you turned the dial, you didn't push a button. Mustard, that's lovely, isn't it? And last but not least, green, which I'm sure she'll have called green. Yep, green.
Summer dress.
Oh, totally.
Gorgeous.
Totally.
This range...
John?
No, I keep... In my head, I've been calling it's called Daisy Field, but in my head, I've been calling it Danger Mouse.
Of
the Danger
course.
Mouse range. And it's just stuck and I can't think of it any other way. This range is my little sleeper, I think. This is that kind of, it'd be easy to overlook. This is the essential for the summer. It's going to go with so many different things. It's going to work on its own. It's just pretty lovely. The colour palette is gorgeously bright but muted. I know that's completely contradictory.
No, but look, you're right.
It is. Yeah. There's nothing harsh about any of those colours. They've got a lovely brightness, but they've also got a vintagey vibe to them.
Total. Right, off you go then. So what we're going to do in this hour then?
Well, what I wanted to do, obviously we've got my book, Bags for Life, which is all about, 21 patterns that you can use again and again and again forever, for life. And here I've used a combination of Chic Escape on the flap.
Yeah.
You only need a 10.5-inch square of that, which is just wonderful. And then for the rest of the bag, I've made the rest of the bag out of
Danger Mouse.
Daisy Field, Danger Mouse. Yeah, even down there into the back pocket.
Lovely.
So really lovely. What I wanted to do was just show you how you could switch up. So this is just made as is in the book. Okay. Only thing is different is that I've quilted all of the different elements for the bag. Normally I don't, but I've done some cross hatching on the front and back, and then I've done some straight line quilting. You know why I did straight line and not cross hatching?
Why?
Because if I'd done cross hatching here, I'd have wanted to try and match up the cross hatching, and that is just going nowhere.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm going to do is show you 3 different ways that you could hack, or 4 different ways maybe if there's time, the front, the flap. Okay. Just to switch it up and make it uniquely yours. Okay, so first and foremost, here we go. Here I've got my piece of in-our form that I've cut out ready for the flap. Now in the book, the flap is straight, square-sided.
Okay.
I have, for this one, I've fussy cut.
Ooh. What's the book called, sorry?
It's called Bags for Life.
I've got not the book, the bag itself. I was
Essential Messenger Bag.
Essential
It's
Messenger.
towards the back. So what you would do then is a fussy cut the peacock, you would fuse that in place, and then, let's just turn that around, you would, get there in the end, round off the bottom corner. Now I love to round off the bottom corner on bags, on bag flaps, really easy, just pick something rounded.
Yeah.
Here I'm using just a cap, okay, to round off those corners. And that's nice and easy to do. You don't want them terribly rounded, just a little bit of roundness. Just adds a nice extra sort of classy touch. And then you would simply trim away the corner. Now when you come to sew, obviously you're going to line the edge of your foot up with the edge of your bosal and your fabric, and then sew around that curve. You shouldn't really need to clip into that curve at all. But let me just show you. I just think that looks really... Oh, look what I've done. Do you know? It happens to us all. It happens to us all. That won't work. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Never mind. We can have it on its side.
Right. This is going well, I feel.
Would you like another piece of fabric? Or
Isn't this going well?
Yeah.
Well, that was just an extra.
Yeah.
Don't do it like that. Okay, right. Next one I want to show you is let's make some flying geese.
Right, Joe.
So here I've used some of the Chic Escape. I've used a little bit of batik in the background. I'm just going to make one more flying geese unit to add to this. Now I'm using the Creative Grids Quick Flying Geese ruler.
Which we've got.
This is absolutely marvellous. 2.5-inch strip of fabric. So I've got a bit of a jelly roll strip here. And I'm going to use this. Turn that around. Hang on. Oh no, wait a minute.
Can we put the ruler in, please? The multi-size 6-inch flying geese and 45-degree, 90-degree triangle. Thank you.
So I'm just going to line up the ruler. It's just a 2.5-inch strip. And you know, John, I am using this at the moment in my studio. I'm working on a quilt, and normally I would cut squares, mark the diagonal, sew either side, and I did 2 blocks like that, and I thought I'm going to be here forever because I was having to cut 2 3/8, marking a line. It was all getting a bit frantic, and I thought I'll try the ruler and see if it's quicker half the time.
And on the ruler it tells you what size strip you need to cut for the finished size of flying geese and everything like that. It is a brilliant, brilliant ruler.
But John, there's no like 2 3/8, 1 7/8, nothing. You cut for this unit. I'm cutting 2.5-inch strip of my geese fabric, 2.5-inch strip of my sky fabric, and then it's literally just. It's so easy. It's brilliant. Okay, so I'm just going to sew this up. So there's my little flying geese.
That's the rotary cutter that Stuart's using, that's just in there, the 60mm titanium covered blade.
Yes, I'm using that all the time. I've got
noticed
that when our guest was in from Ulfa. I nabbed it, and honestly, it's brilliant. Right, so 1/4 inch seam allowance. Let's just get this flying geese sewn up. Keep my threads trimmed. So you're just going to sew one side, press it back, and then we'll sew the other side on. Now, another great thing about that ruler, John, which is just an absolute marvel, is because you're cutting out the individual shapes rather than, you know, like a really big square, which would be like the no waste cutting method. You can use your scraps, you can use jelly roll strips, you can use sort of odds and ends as well.
Oh yeah.
So it's an absolute boon if you've got loads of scraps that you need to use up.
To be honest, we've all got.
We have all got bits and pieces, haven't we?
Yeah.
We really have. So I'll just leave that there.
Iron coming on Friday with Stuart.
Oh yes. It's just brilliant. So I'll just clip off those points there, and then I'm just going to sew this together. So John, what I've done is I've sewn 5 flying geese units end to end to make a strip. So I'm just going to sew the last one on and press it. Just make sure when you're doing this, scant 1/4 inch throughout, nice and accurate. And I'll just press that seam allowance. There we go. Right, lovely. Okay, so I've done that, and then just to finish this off, I'm going to sew a rectangle of background fabric, top and bottom.
Right.
Okay. So this is a different way to kind of freshen up or hack the flap on a bag.
Right.
I'm doing this on the Essential Messenger bag, but you know, you could do this on any bag that's got a flap. Or just, a plain tote bag that you just want to make a bit more interesting.
Oh, yeah, just have a panel down the middle or something.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm going to add a little rectangle top and bottom, and then I'll show you what I'm going to do with it.
Right, yeah.
Okay, last 2 bits going on. And this way, of course, my 21 patterns becomes infinity.
Yes.
Basically.
But also, I'm sure there are techniques on some bags that you could transfer onto other bags.
Well, completely. You know, I mean, I'm actually working on a follow-up to Bags for Life.
Oh, yes.
I think I'll have to call it something like Bags for Eternity.
Yeah, exactly.
Won't I?
Or Afterlife.
Afterlife. That would be good. People would think it was a different kind of book.
Yeah, exactly.
So there we go. I've got that.
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do with this, I've got my bag flap here, and now you could place this here, couldn't you? In which case you wouldn't need those, for example. But what I thought would be rather fun would be to actually put this diagonally across the centre of the flap. So I've got fusible side facing up.
Right.
I'm pretty happy with that. So what I'm going to do is take all that to the ironing board and I'm going to iron it.
Is it just a random diagonal? It's not, you haven't drawn a 45-degree line, you just plonked it wherever you fancy it.
I've just plonked it. Yeah, basically. Yeah. I mean, you know, this is what I do, and then afterwards I have to think, okay, now how do I put it?
Yeah.
I don't want to say just plonk it wherever, but I mean, really, lots of the decisions that we think have been made with great thought and, you know, in pattern books have actually just been like, what have I got available?
Yeah.
You know? And so often, I mean, it's lovely. I get lovely compliments about how I put fabrics together, which is lovely. But so often, it's like what I'd got.
Yeah.
You know, and I picked that particular shade of red or whatever because that's what I had available.
Yeah.
I've never got enough space available.
Oh, I do apologise,
John. So what I'm going to do now is just cut a strip of fabric.
Right.
And I'm going to use one of these really large scale prints because you can still cut these down.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to cut a 1.5 inch strip.
Right.
Sometimes it's nice just to see things in real time, isn't it? You know. And then rather than cutting a precise distance, I'm just going to trim that off with scissors. Now then, I'm going to sew this directly to the fabric and also to the inner form.
Right.
So this is kind of quilt as you go. Now if you wanted to add any quilting to your flying geese, you could do that now before you add your strips on.
Yeah.
But this way we're kind of covering both bases in one. You won't see the quilting lines, but it is attaching it to your bosal inner form. So keep your edges lined up and I'll just sew straight across. And yeah, so what I'm thinking is with the follow-up book, it'll be all new bag patterns, of course. But I thought I would include sort of pieced designs, patchwork, maybe some applique as well, so that they've sort of instantly got that appeal for us quilters.
Yeah, of course.
And if you're not a quilter, maybe get you involved with that. So I'm going to do exactly the same on the other side now. So I've laid
you could
my
be a
strip.
bag maker and go, oh no, I don't do quilting, but just you introducing a few quilting techniques into it will get somebody interested in the actual quilting side.
Well, that's right, that's right. And I'm an encourager, John.
Yeah.
I'm an encourager. I want everybody to, you know, at least try all these lovely things.
Like everything, can we?
No.
Like coconut.
Desecrated coconut.
Yes.
Okay, so I've added that strip on either side. And what I'm going to do now, I mean, what a Bobby Dazzler that looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm just going to iron this back now. So when you're ironing, be careful because, of course, you've got the fusible on the upper side.
Yes.
So you don't want to run your iron over onto the inner form.
No, especially not your new one you're launching on Friday.
No, that's all right. Otherwise, I'd get a proper telling off, John, wouldn't I? So I've got that on there. All right, the last thing that I need to do is to add some fabric either side of that. So I think I'm going to use, well, let's audition. I could either use
Right.
that Danger Mouse,
Yeah.
or that Danger Mouse,
Yeah.
or neither of them.
No. No, I like the first one best.
Do you?
Yeah.
You like
which one
the-
do you like one best? No, you
I'm
do.
gonna- I like that one best.
You'll do that one then.
I'm going to do that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I want your opinion, but
Yeah, but you might not,
Not
listen.
really.
No.
I asked.
Just being polite.
But I was just being
Poor
polite.
old Charlie. Is that what's like? Oh, Charlie,
It
stop
really
isn't it?
is.
Well, I'm going to use the green one.
It's true, it's true. So I'll just, whack a little strip off there. I suppose in a way, John, this is foundation piecing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, after a fashion. And of course, any bits that you trim off, put into your scrap pile, don't throw them away. I know I'm being very generous here, and probably at home I would measure a bit more. But of course, on live TV, I'm just grateful not to blow
be here.
anything up,
Oh, okay.
burn anything, you know.
Yeah.
So, there we go. All right, so that's one side done, and I'll flip that back. I'll just give that a quick press. And this is just a really easy way to switch up a pattern.
Morning, my favourite boys. I love watching Stuart demo. He has a great way of explaining everything. Have a wonderful day all from Sarah in sunny Melton.
Oh, thank
That Melton Mowbray.
Melton Mowbray. Yeah, Leicestershire.
Is that where the pies come from?
Yes. Oh, I do. I love a pork pie.
Do you?
I do. I love a pork pie.
Are you missing them?
No, because I'm not on a diet, John.
Are you not?
No, I'm not on a diet. We're having you know, takeaway curry tonight.
Oh, yeah.
All I'm doing is I've stopped having puddings and sweets and cake and things like that for the most part. And then also I'm eating when I'm hungry.
Right.
So if
rather
I'm
than-
not hungry for lunch, I'm not saying, well, it's lunchtime. I should be eating now.
Yeah.
And I've always said to myself and to anybody who'll listen, you know, don't skip breakfast, most important meal of the day. But actually, probably 5 days out of 7, I don't eat breakfast.
Well, you know, Angelina off Gems TV, she doesn't eat at all day until she goes home for a dinner at night time.
Yeah.
And she said that's fine. I think I'd pass out by 11 if I did that. But
You know, in which case you'd have maybe something to eat at 11.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
but yeah, you don't. I just. So what I'm going to do, just one last thing, is I'm going to add a little bit of quilting.
Right.
Okay. And I'm just going to increase the stitch length, and I'm just going to pop a quick couple of lines of quilting just to finish this off. Okay, so that's one side done. And I'm literally going to do 2 lines of quilting, that's all. Because remember, all of the piecing that I've added to this flap has also quilted the piece at the same time. And I love that sort of 2 for the price of 1 element.
Yeah, definitely.
Of doing it this way. So this might be a technique that you've ever used before, but give it a go. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do now, just to finish off, John, is to trim the outside edges.
Right.
Everyone will be saying now, look at that fabric he's cutting off.
Look at that fabric you're cutting off, Stuart.
Well, I'm not going to waste it. I shall be keeping all of this, believe me. There are some pieces of fabric that I just like, oh, I can put that in the bin. But Tilda always goes in a bag, always. So I'll just trim round the curve at the bottom as well. Just use some scissors for that.
There's only 5 bundles left of the mega bundle, and how many in baskets? And 10 in baskets.
And there we go.
Oh, wow.
And there's my finished bag flap. Now that was quick, that was easy, that was sewn in real time. And imagine now, here's my bag, here's that bag flap now on the bag. So if you want to make a statement, if you want to show off your patchwork, there's a way of doing it. What do you think?
Perfect, gorgeous.
Like it?
And your decision was the right decision, I feel.
It kind of works,
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
it?
yeah.
And throwing in that bit of purple just to really add a bit of va-va-voom. And of course that purple from a completely different colourway, but still works really well.
definitely.
Still works really well. Now then, I wanted to show you another hack.
Right. You've got plenty of time because we just got to do a recap of everything at the end, but you've got plenty of time to do that.
Perfect. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... I've got the cream daisy field. All right. And what I'm going to do is cut 2 11-inch squares.
Right.
So I'm going to make a lining for my flap.
Right.
But I'm going to insert a zip into it.
Into the lining?
Into the lining, into the flap. Because I love a pocket, and a secret pocket even better. So what I need is, I need a lining piece. Now that would really be a 10-inch square.
Right.
But I'm going to cut it large just so that I've got a little bit of wiggle room.
Right, okay.
Okay. And then I also need, so that's going to be my pocket, my lining.
Lining, yeah.
Okay. But I also need something to make the zip pocket
inside
with.
the pocket.
Yeah. Exactly right. So that's what I'm going to use this. Now what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to cut a 3-inch section off the top.
Right.
So effectively I'm splitting that into 2.
Right.
And then what I'm going to do is insert a zip between the 2 elements. Okay. So let me grab my zipper foot.
We had those zips on a roll yesterday that you could use. Use this. We had it in the black, the white, and the cream. These would be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, size-wise, you're not going to need, you know, anything more than. Well, I think this is a 12-inch zip that I'm using. But yeah, zips on a roll are great when you want lots of zip. All the same
also,
colour.
if you don't want to go to the you don't want to go to the shop and get there and
That's
go,
right.
oh, I haven't got a 12-inch or they haven't got a 6-inch. You can create your own, can't you?
Well, this bag has a zipped pocket on the back, and effectively what I'm doing is I'm repeating this but in the flap.
Lovely.
So you just end up with another sort of security pocket. So here we go. Now what I'm going to do, you could line this part and have a second piece of fabric on this side so it was lined. But, you know, I'm not going to do that today.
Right.
And partly that's because really, for this, you're never going to see the lining. So do we absolutely need a lining?
No.
You know? It's not
And
getting
you're not
one.
using any glue or clips or anything. You're just going for it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Sometimes you've got to just, you know, feel the fear and do it anyway, you know, which is all good. Okay, so that's one side. Okay, so I'm going to now just push that fabric back out of the way. And then just pop onto the ironing board and give that a little press. So I'm not using up too much of the fabric in this seam. It's only a little 1/4 of an inch, which means that, you know, this is all going to fit together. Now then, let's pop the other piece of fabric in the other side and then I can top stitch in one action. So when I do this, I want to just make sure that the 2 parts, the top and the bottom, line up. More or less, because don't forget, I gave myself a little bit of wiggle room, didn't I? Press the foot down. There we go. There we go. This is a very simple, quick hack. Now, if you were going to line this pocket as well, then all you would do is have a piece of lining fabric on the other side and stitch through both layers. Or some people like to do those 2 layers separately. There we go. So that's all stitched in. I'll press that out of the way. Keep pressing the wrong button for extra steam.
Oh yeah,
you get used to an iron.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, right. So that's done. So I'm just going to move the foot over. So this zip foot on the brother, you can just unhitch and reposition the foot.
Right.
So when you want to do something like top stitching, you can get right up close to the zip.
Brilliant.
You don't have to start moving the needle, you just move the foot over.
Brilliant.
Dead easy. We love easy,
Yeah.
we love quick. I love both of those things. Now, John, while I'm just doing this,
Yeah, what would
tell
you
me
like?
what you're doing at Festival of Quilts, because I'm excited to see you there.
On the Saturday, I'm just in the Sewing Street Lounge, and on the Sunday, I'm in the Sewing Street Lounge. Apart from at 1 o'clock, I'm doing a talk in the theatre, and Wendy, who was arranging them, emailed me and said, "What's the title of your talk?" And of course, I ignored it. So she's just put in that it's the life and loves of John Scott. Anything you want to ask him, you can come and ask
The
him.
life and loves of John Scott.
Yeah, so the life bit
Love
will be
it.
interesting. The loves bit might be a bit brief.
Oh. Well, you could talk about your love of coconut.
I don't like coconut.
Not. All right, so what I've done, John, is I've layered the zip pocket
Yeah.
with the lining.
Right.
And what I've done is, and this is super important, pretty side up.
Right.
Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to baste around the outside edge.
Right.
Okay. Now I'll just pull the zip pull back so that I can still open everything up.
Uh-huh.
And I'll start. Oh, let's pop the normal foot back
Normal
on.
foot back on.
Must forget that. Okay, and then I'm just going to sew around. Effectively, what this does, John, is just makes both fabrics become one fabric.
Right, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So rather than worrying about, well, where do I put this bit? And am I going to get this the right way round?
Yeah.
It kind of just makes it much, much easier.
Right.
Less to think about.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just using a long stitch on my machine. Love a bit of machine basting.
Uh-huh.
And I'm just going to go all the way around the outside. If you've never put a zip in before, here's your chance.
Uh-huh.
Don't be scared of zips.
No.
There's nothing scary about a zip. And if you're brand new to doing zips, practice first.
Yeah.
Grab some scrap fabric. Use the same zip. Insert it half a dozen times. Get really confident. Get really happy with it before you try doing it. Okay. So
Only 3 of the bundles left and 11 in baskets. Make sure you check out.
So I'll just trim those ends off.
Uh-huh.
Now then, what I'm going to do is I want the underside, the lining, to be the same size as the flap.
Right.
Okay, so just making sure everything's nice and straight and square and all of that. I've laid the flap on top and now I'm going to carefully use it as a template.
Right.
Okay. Now then, let's just think for a moment, Stuart, before you start cutting.
Yeah.
When the flap's up, I
Yeah.
want the zip to be at the top.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
All right?
Yeah. So it's going to look odd when you first do it, isn't it?
Yes. Have I done that right? Have I turned that around? Wait a minute, wait a minute. So when the flap is up, the zip will be, that's it.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Right. We're there. We're there. Okay. So I'm going to trim around that.
Yeah.
Spin that around. Do you know, I'm really pleased with the way those flying geese turned out.
Yeah, they're lovely, aren't they?
It's a nice little addition, isn't
Yeah.
it? That will be going in the new book.
Exactly.
There'll be plenty more besides. So I'll just keep trimming around.
Yeah. Did you go through the zip with your rotary cutter?
Well, yeah, it's only plastic.
Yeah.
though.
This is
See,
why I think a lot of
don't do
people
that
are
with a
frightened of
metal
zips,
zip.
because when I first started, they didn't have plastic zips.
No,
They only had big metal things.
exactly. So I'll just trim those corners just roughly.
Yeah.
Okay, so then right sides together.
Uh-huh.
Of course, you know what I've done.
You've
I've
cut
cut all
off
my
all the basting
stitching.
now, yeah.
There we go. What it did was it held those layers together while I was trimming.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
But now they're all over the place.
Now. Right, I'll pop a couple of pins in rather.
Yeah.
Just to hold that all together.
The scissors Stuart's using, are they Karen K. Buckley scissors?
They are.
Yeah, no, we haven't got them. We've asked we've left a message for our buying team anyway to see if we can get them in.
Yes, they are very, very lovely. Right then. Okay then, so 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I'm going to sew around the sides and the bottom, not around the top.
Right, okay.
So sewing around that curved lower edge. Keep it all crossed for me, John.
I've got it crossed.
Is everything crossed?
Everything.
I mean everything. There we go.
Uh-huh.
Smashing. Okay. And then I'm going to turn that through to the right side.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. There we go. I think this counts as a success. Okay, so I'm just going to give that a little press, John,
Okay,
just
while
to
you're
make sure
doing that,
everything's nice
I'm
and
going to
flat.
have to start going through these fabrics. Can you tell us which ones are sold out, or do you want me to do each one individually? Okay. Okay, LCZW83. This is going to be a very, very quick... No, Daisy Field I've put to one side of this one. Yeah. There you go, £6.99 for half a metre. Oh, that was sold out. That's sold out, sorry. Are you all right, Stuart, there?
Yeah, I'm just going to top stitch.
Okay, just top stitching around the edge.
Just going to top stitch around the edge.
Peacocks on navy, SEZW65. Sold out. Oh, they're all sold out. Okay, they've all sold out. I can't do a recap of those. I could do a recap of the mini bundles, because now that's the only way of getting the fabric, because if the fabrics by the half metre have sold out and the mega bundles sold out. Yeah, no. Okay. Oh, okay, grapes gone. Oh, they've all gone. Oh, I've got blue sand, right. Okay, so this is a mini bundle of your blue and sand here, $34.95. Beautiful, that's a mini bundle there. Okay, there's 15 not checked out, but 13 in baskets. So if you want it, please check out. Right, the grape, pink and rust. Okay. There we go. That's your grape, pink and rust one there. $34.95, 2.5 meters of fabric. Okay, only a couple of those left. Greens and teals. Okay, we're all right for stock of the green ones. There you go. Beautiful, $34.95. Lovely, and last but not least, I've got the mustard and grey. Beautiful. There you go, $34.95. Gorgeous, well done if you've got some of those. Lovely. And let's go back to Stuart to look at these.
Okay, so what I've done is, just to show you how the final flap will look, is I've just clipped it onto the back just so you can see how it's going to look. So here's your zip pocket inside your flap. So it opens up, you've got that lovely lining in there, so you can keep things in there. And then there is, whoops, just put the original one, there is your gorgeous flap on the front of the bag. So you've completely changed the look. You've added an extra security pocket inside the flap as well quick, easy, makes the bag totally different.
But how, so simple. Such a simple little hack, isn't it?
Really easy to do. It's just using exactly the same principle as the zip on the back, but just adding a little bit of patchwork piecing to that flap really transforms the look of it.
Definitely.
And for anybody who looked at Chic Escape and thought, oh, such big prints, I don't know how I'd use them. I think now translated into quite small patchwork.
Oh, it works.
It absolutely works.
It's because there's no big solid colours, isn't it? Even the background, there's not very much of the background. So wherever you cut, you're going to get something of interest, aren't you?
All you need to do, if you're going to cut into large-scale fabric with lots of colour going on, you just need to make sure that any background that you use is high contrast.
Yes.
And then they will pop. Wherever you sort of hit the fabric, you see like over here, you've got a bit of the blue, but it still pops against the creamy batik in the background.
Gorgeous. Thank you for that, Stuart. Two of the Daisy Field bundles left. I'll just show you them very quickly. There's been 2 a while. There's quite a few in baskets, so please make sure you check out. Right, there are 9 in baskets, only 2 left, right? £69.90. The whole bundle. I don't think we've got time, have we? Have a check underneath, see if we've got any left individually. But look at those gorgeous colours. So in the bundle, you're getting ½ metre of each. Gorgeous.
And of course, John, what I'm desperate to do with that is to arrange it into a gorgeous rainbow, because you haven't got red, of course, but you have got that beautiful purpley pink, you've got the ginger colour, you've got the gold, the green, the blues.
Well, I'm not going to let him because it's going to go back to the warehouse. Somebody's bought it. All right, thank you very much indeed, Stuart. You're back in an hour's time.
Yes.
Where you're going to be demonstrating the Brother machine, and we're going to be talking about the embroidery machine because it's back in stock. So please don't miss that. But now, after the break, Yvonne's back and we're doing a shelf drapey ovary thing. Edger. We've got bunny bunting. We've got lots, and we've got a deal. If you buy 3, you get 1 for free in some of the patterns. I will see you with Yvonne in 4 minutes from now.
Join us for an amazing week of early bird specials. From Monday the 20th of June, we're bringing you some fantastic bargains with bigger quantities and better prices. Join us every day this week from 8 a.m. so you don't miss these special deals.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Yvonne is back. Wave, Yvonne.
Nobody's looking.
Oh, there she is, there she is.
There we go. Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, your microphone's not on. Your microphone's not on. It doesn't matter. She's not going to talk for a while. She can sort that out while I do this.
John, that'll never do.
She can't. You can hear her muttering in the background, can't you? Right, brand new. Isn't this lovely? Let me take it off the shelf. Look at this. It's gorgeous. We've got a dresser or a shelf or over the top of a door. I've got some like Indian ones of these. They're gorgeous, aren't they? $27.99. Now the kit will make you all of that. In the kit here, this is the kit. Oh, hang on. She's not in here. Come on, Bex, quick. $27.99. So you get all the fabrics you need. You get the white fabric. Do I need to supply anything with this, Yvonne? Wadding and backing.
Yeah, we've just used some Hobbs heirloom in there, so we've got a nice flat finish.
Yeah. Oh, hang on, we can't hear you because your microphone's not working. We'll sort that. Leave the camera where it is. Right. $27.99. There's all your fabrics in there. You've got your broccoli, your pineapple, your plain green, your tomato, your banana, your blueberry, and your red seed. $27.99, depending on what room you want it. I'll just show it to you again. It's lovely. It's very joyous, very bright and colourful. £27.99. It's lovely. Little bit of quilting going on there. So that's the first project we're going to talk about. The second project is bunny bunting. Right, which one would you like first? Blue first. Look at this. I'll just hold this up. Oh, now hang on. I'm going to have to get it in the right place. Okay. Blue bunnies. Picture show you. There they are. And these lay close up. Oh, that red flower's spun round there. Beautiful, aren't they? $11.99. Now, it's called Bunny Swag Blue and Red, not Bunny Bunting. You get everything you need in here. You've got your fabric. You've got your ribbon. You've got something squidgy in there. What's that?
Felt.
Felt. Looks like Bosel to me. Is it felt?
Felt.
No, I'm not going to open it because it looks like I don't trust her, doesn't it? $11.99, and that's that what one packet makes, this length here.
Yes.
There you go, one length is there. Cute, isn't it, for a child's bedroom or just spring in the house or something like that. Lovely, isn't it? Beautiful, gorgeous. £11.99, £11.99. I'll just show you the packet. Stunning. We've also got it in the yellow. And, oh, this is nice. This fabric's lovely. There they go. Have you got a picture of the yellow one, Charlie? Floral. There they are, and here they are in real life. Aren't they beautiful? Everything you need is in there. Your fabric, your ribbon, and instructions, everything. £11.99.
Be a great project for summer holidays.
Summer holiday project.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
For grandma and grandchildren to do.
Yeah, because it's child friendly then.
I think so. The felt and the fabric, a little bit of bonding, and
Oh yeah,
some
bond web. We've got some bond web in a minute.
and
Yeah.
some hand stitching. So you know,
Yeah.
not a big project, but enough to have a bit of fun with.
Absolutely. Now, I've got right. I'm going to show you these and put the graphics through, but don't buy them. Don't buy them yet, right? So I've got the packet, a pattern on its own of the sailboats. Now this is a pattern on its own, no fabric. Sailboats on its own. Yeah, we had this morning when we went through it. GKMY32. $9.99. There's your instructions. It's instructions only. Don't buy them. Don't buy them yet. Do not buy it yet. Right? I've also then got the pattern for the home spa set on its own. Do not buy it. Do not buy it. That's the pattern on its own. Do not buy it. Do not buy it. Right? That will make you. So, did you show the quilt? Sorry, Charlie. When we were doing the quilt, did you show the quilt? When I did the quilt pattern? Okay. So the quilt is there over there. Yep. Got a picture of it. There you go. So that was the pattern just for the sailboat. Then this pattern only, will make you this, which is your little spa set. I'm still on the spa set, yeah. This is what it'll make. You haven't got fabrics in it. This is what it'll make. There you got your face wipes, your eye mask, your hairband, and your little bag to keep it all in. That's the pattern to make all that. Don't buy it yet. Don't buy it yet. Don't buy it yet. And the other thing was your Sandra's bag. And I think you did this the very first time we ever met.
Yeah, it's a little while ago now, yeah.
Pattern only. Now that's what this will make. No fabric. Don't buy it. Do not buy it. Do not buy it yet. I'm only saying that to save you money, right? So, see, that's that one. Now, this is what you do need to buy, because we've got a bundle for you where if you buy all 3 patterns, you get one for free. So if you buy home spa set, sailboats, and Sandra's bag, you get Sandra's bag for free. Yeah, that's right. Just working it out in my head there. You get so you buy the set of 3 patterns. Now you can buy them individually if you want to. These two are £9.99. This one's £8.50. That one's £8.50. So saving £8.50. Right? So you buy all 3 together, you get an £8.50 saving. But if you want to buy them on their own, you can do. But I just wanted you to get a good deal. That was all. Okay, then I've got 2 other things to show you. Oh, did the bond web arrive? No, we're going to do a different picture. Right, this, I'll show you this first of all. This is gorgeous. I was watching Yvonne do this with Vix.
Yeah.
$24.99 Beach Huts Summer House. And now this is a whole kit with all the fabric for the front and the binding. Lovely sun project. But look, if you look in here, you think that would all be like work with embroidery thread, wouldn't you? But it's not at all, because the fabric's actually got the grass already on it. And is that pebbles on there? You've got pebbles on that fabric already. $24.99. Gorgeous little summer project there called Beach Huts. It's 13.5 by 11.5 inches. Okay, and we also have a bundle of embroidery threads. I'll have to hold them up, don't I? This is a bundle, they're not individual. So in here, okay, I can't even get them to sit right. You get 2 golds, metallic, purple, blue, lilac, red, yellow and green. £13.92. Okay, and for the bunny swag, you will, and for that one as well, you'll need some Bondweb. Haven't got it here in the studio, we'll do it from a picture though. Just a little packet, you don't need the big roll, just a little packet you need for this. $2.99. Yeah, Charlie's got a picture for you. Oh, we're just grabbing it now. Loving the bunnies, says Claire, I'm not surprised. Claire loves bunnies. Anyway, you only need a little packet of the Bondweb. You don't need the big roll of Bondweb. $2.99. Don't worry. You know what it looks like. Right. So, Yvonne McAtamney, we're going to go back to the shelf edger.
We are.
And you're going to do a quick demo. Oh, not quick. A demo on that, aren't you?
I am.
Thank you.
The pack provides enough fabric to make a shelf edger that is about 56 inches wide. We thought we'd go longer because you can always make it shorter,
yeah, exactly.
or make 2 or...
I was going to say, on these, you could just do 2 short ones for the shelves, couldn't you?
But if you've got an big old Welsh dresser or something...
Oh, yes.
Or my finished kitchen now has an area that has
it's
some
finished,
shelving
is it?
on.
Even the floor and everything?
Even the floor.
Because you had to leave it for a year to dry or something, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I'm all done. And I've even had visitors now.
Oh, have you?
I've had some visitors.
Was it Elliot? Has Elliot been to visit you again?
Not yet. No, I had friends across from America.
Oh, lovely. Just
so,
to show off your new kitchen.
Well, not quite.
Did you know Vix bumped into your daughter?
Yeah.
She was singing at some conference. I mean, your daughter was there.
Yes. My daughter texted me and said, Vix is here from... So I went back and said, go and say hello. Oh. It'll be all right.
She won't bite.
No, absolutely. So I think they had a little chat about their children.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to stop. Right, so where do we start with this then?
So, this is a traditional log cabin block. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, when you look at it, and it's just a matter of, again, cutting accurately and being precise in your stitching.
Right.
There are a total of 7 of these across the length that we have created here. So you need to have 7 blocks that are identical in size.
Right.
We always, you've got your cutting instruction with piecing numbers beside them. It says piece 1, piece 2, etc. That then refers to the piecing sequence. So you have your center. You will then add piece number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have to cut the fabrics out the way you've cut the fabrics out? Do we have to have the green on the outside and then the blueberry? Have you put the fabric in to do those?
Yes, yeah. I believe we have.
No, that's fine, because I want someone to start cutting out thinking, oh, I'll have the broccoli in the middle and then not have enough of the other fabric.
I look at the size of the pieces.
Yeah.
The red certainly has to go, the little red, like strawberry seeds, has to go in the middle.
Yeah.
I think, I'm hesitating because I can't remember.
While you're sewing, I'm going to get them out and we can have a look.
I think I certainly have put them together this way because I think this is the way they look best.
Yeah.
Where you have your yellow and red one side and your blue and green on the other side. So I just want to...
Yeah, you've definitely got different size bits of fabric, so yeah, do it the way that Yvonne tells you to do it.
That'll be a first, won't it? So what you must do is make sure that you are going around your block the same way each time. So lay them out I do tend to chain piece these so that it's, I don't do one block at a time. I do all of piece, join all of the centres to piece one.
Okay.
But you have cut each of the pieces to the correct length. If, whenever you try and attach the next piece, what you are attaching to doesn't fit, then something has gone a little awry. So you go back and you check, because you do want these all to be the same size. I have a 2.4 stitch length, and I'm back at my normal 1/4 of an inch seam.
You're right over there.
Yeah, I just need to kind of balance the foot pedal.
Do you drive in those shoes?
Yeah. The only thing I can't drive in terribly well are welly boots. Everything else I just get in the car and drive. Oh, it's too much of it. I don't faff.
No.
Faffing is...
Have you got several waistcoats when we go to Belfast?
I will have a new one.
Oh yeah, for the opening.
Yes. I need a new one each year.
Yeah.
Okay, so using this this iron, I'm just pressing the seam to the outside of the block. Then I have one more piece to add, and that's going along there, and as you can see, it's the right size.
Lovely.
Yep. So that is going along there. And as I said, if you don't want to have a full length of the 7 blocks, that, if you know you only want to make 5, for example, then you probably can play around with the placement of the fabrics. Because we have given you enough to make 7 of these blocks. I suppose you could make 7, but make a couple of them into oven gloves.
Or coasters, not coasters, table mats or something like that.
But we just we have all this wonderfully drawn fabric, and I thought really it was time to show people how realistic the artists and the printing is on these fruit and vegetables. We have a shelf full of fruit and veg at the shop for those occasions whenever we get the strange requests from people.
Not real fruit and veg, you mean fruit and veg fabric?
Fruit and veg fabric. Now you do have options at this point. You can you can either turn them that way, having the red either to the tips or the green to the tips.
Or you can alternate them if you wanted.
Oh, that would, You do get quite a alternate.
Oh yeah.
That looks quite good. Diagram. Follow the diagram, because this is really much easier than it looks, because all you are doing is sewing these onto the made up block, so that you are creating that shape. I don't know what that shape is, but that is what makes...
Is it a trapezium or no?
Oh, I don't feel qualified to comment, to be honest. So we are adding a triangle to the right hand side of each of these blocks. And that is as difficult as it gets, okay? So again, you need to, before you cut your triangles, a bit of best press, because these are quite large triangles and you don't want them stretching overly much.
Best press was in Yvonne's first hour. Go and check underneath on the web. Might have sold out because I know we only had a few left at one point.
Some kind of starch is what is required to just make sure that you don't stretch that top edge of the triangle. The hypotenuse of the triangle there is what will go across the top and we'll join on to the white for the piece that will go on the shelf. And you don't want that to be coming wavy.
Yeah.
So again, just pressing that, and I'm going to press it towards the triangle. Okay. And then that one is going on here, isn't it? I've just sewn it on the opposite side.
Yeah, you said on the right, you said.
Well,
yeah.
You do have to sew one on the left.
Just as well then, isn't it? Yeah.
To finish the end off,
Right.
yeah. So that is then going to go there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do,
Right.
put that one on there. See, I was following my diagram.
Yeah, of course you were.
No, I was. As I always say, follow the instructions.
Yes,
Don't
follow the demo,
Don't
follow the
follow
instructions.
the demo. I don't know why I come along and do this at all. Just follow the words. Do read the words through. Make sure you understand the sequence of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Press after each seam. Okay. That is going on there.
Right.
And then that.
But of course, you'll have made 7 or however many you want of them, yeah?
Yeah, but there is. Just gently get yourself aligned there. I'm going to just pop a pin there. I'm going to just sew this together to give you an idea of what it looks like. But this is just a repetition of sewing these on to the right hand side, apart from one which you sewed
the left hand side.
The left hand side. Okay. And just going and I actually got a lot of sewing done in between shows.
Yeah, 2 hours, I should hope so.
Well, yeah.
Did you have anything to eat?
No.
Did you not bring any breakfast or anything?
Well, I had breakfast before I left home.
What time did you leave home?
I don't remember.
Well, I can't eat that early in the morning.
20 past 6, something like that.
Oh, that's late.
Yes,
Yeah, that's fine.
It was one of those rules at home. No matter how late you were going to be, you didn't leave the house before you had breakfast in the morning. So it's stuck with me all my life. I don't leave home without breakfast.
Yeah. I feed the cats.
Oh, well.
And I take all my supplements and everything. And my collagen.
Oh, there's so many. There's so many.
Yeah. And then I'll leave the house, get here, and have my boiled egg and cucumber when I get here. A message. Hi, John. So going back to your first hour, the block of the month. How many blocks, as in months, are there to complete the whole quilt? Right, after today, because today's number 5, there's number 6 is the last one of, it's not there anymore, is the last one of the squares. And then I'll show you a picture, right? So next month will be the last one of the patterns inside. And then month 7, you see your borders and then your the squares going around the edge and the binding. That one is month 7. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
I hope that helps. Who was that? Trish, was it who? Patricia.
Yeah, there are 49 blocks in the centre of the quilt.
Right.
And then a frame, a cream border, a piece border, and then another cream border, and the binding.
And do you know what date it is next month yet? Oh
27th.
no. 27th of July.
I think. It's whatever that Wednesday is of that week. Okay. because what I was thinking about whenever the first star is the month 6 of the block of the month, but the second R is Christmas.
Oh, of course.
I decided I was doing Christmas.
Okay.
Christmas in July.
Yeah. That's what your crackers are for then, is
That's
it?
what my crackers are for,
Okay.
you say.
Now that means though that when you do the border and the binding, it's very close to when you're going to Ireland, because it'll be the end of August.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Glutton.
Oh, you've no idea. You have no idea.
And how long does it take to drive there then?
6 hours takes me from my house up to either Carnryan or Stranraer in Scotland. Then it's 3 hours, is it? 3.5 hours on the ferry.
Right.
And that takes me into Belfast Port, and it's about 15 minutes drive
Oh,
to the
that's
airport.
good. So when you get
then.
off there, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and but it's a fairly long drive up the M6 and then across the. Though the roads have improved greatly in Scotland since I used to do it many years ago. Yeah, they've taken some of the twists and turns out. It's a straighter road now. So this is what you will be making right the way across, as long as you want your shelf edger to be. We have only included fabric for a single binding in this kit, not a double one, because you have such tight corners to go around, so it's a single binding. Very little quilting really, cross hatching on the white fabric. You obviously, if you want to, you can substitute that white fabric for something that coordinates in your kitchen.
Of course. How much of that white fabric you got?
I can't
No,
remember.
you can't remember. I
can't remember
No,
anything.
I can look. Well, no, because you'll have a piece in your stash.
It's a 60-inch wide fabric.
Oh, but the strip, yeah, look.
Because
oh, hang on, can you see that? Yeah. Looks like a big toilet roll, doesn't it? Yeah, exactly. So you could easily, if you want to do a different colour, you could easily replace that.
Yeah. Didn't like the reference to toilet paper there, John.
Well, what would you like it to say? Wide ribbon then?
Yes, or maybe hand towels or something. It could have been a bit. So just turning it over, cross-hatching on the fabric that will lie on the shelf, and just going round, stitching in the ditch around the log cabin blocks to just give them a little bit of stability. And that is as easy as it gets.
I need to ask a question. When you say single binding, what does that mean? Because when I first came here, when I saw people quilting, binding a quilt, I was like, I've never seen that before. Is it like a dressmaker's binding then? So you have it folded over and you stitch down that bit and only one fabric goes over?
Correct. But we still would join it on the diagonal.
Yes.
And you are still, we are cutting the bias. Sorry, we're not cutting it as a bias.
Right, okay.
We're cutting it
as
straight across the width of the fabric, joining it on the bias to remove the bulk of the seam, but only one layer of fabric. Still your 1/4 inch allowances, but it just allows you to get
so it's like when you do dressmaking, you need to bind seams, everything like that. That's how you're doing it. I wasn't quite sure. If you got the bias binding maker from us last week, that'd be ideal for this, because it would make it perfect for you.
There is quite a lot, because there's 56 inches across the top, and even more across the bottom. But I just thought this was a bit of fun. Whenever we have sold all of these, this is coming home to go in my on one of my shelves.
Oh, okay, that's very nice. I send the pattern to the shelf run on its own. No, I'm afraid not, Margaret. It's not the pattern. It just comes as the kit.
If to be helpful to you, Margaret, we do this as a Christmas pattern at Village Fabrics.
Oh, okay.
We have a Christmas, we call it a mantle for Christmas.
Yeah.
Same
it's the
design.
same thing.
It's a different size.
Okay, but it's the pattern only.
Pattern only.
Okay, so get in touch with Yvonne. Yeah.
Well, have a look on the website.
Yeah.
I hope, fingers crossed. That's all I have to say about
Okay
this.
then, so let's just go through the kit again. It's $27.99. You get all your fabrics. You get your blueberry fabric. Now remember, please cut them out the way Yvonne's pattern says to cut them out, because you've got different amounts of each of the fabrics. So you do need to do them in the order. Blueberry, banana, tomato. Did you say that was from the strawberry thief, that?
No, it's swirl, I think, but it just reminds me of little strawberry seeds.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Seeds, yeah. Seeds. Then you've got your green there for your binding. You got your banana, no, they're not bananas, pineapples, and then you've got your white for your background. So now, this will do the white on the front, but you need to do your own fabric for the back, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. And then all your instructions there as well. And you don't need any...
No Bondaweb.
No Bondaweb or anything on that one, just a bit of wadding and backing. Okay?
Yeah.
$27.99 is that bundle. Put that over there. Now we're going on to the bunny swag. I've got two. What colour are you demoing in?
The blue and red.
Okay, I'll show the yellow one first, then the floral one first.
Oh.
That makes this one. $11.99, and it will make this much swag. It's more than a metre, but there you go.
I think it's 43 inches or something.
Okay. $11.99, that one. And then the one that you're going to see demoed is the blue one.
Apparently it's 45 inches long.
Oh, 45 inches long, there you go.
That's what my instructions say.
Okay.
Let's hope
And there's
so.
your blue one. And then the flowers are red, look on that one. $11.99. And in the kit, you get everything you need. You don't need anything else. So you need to be a Bondaweb.
You do need a bit of Bondaweb.
And?
Maybe a bit of embroidery thread.
Okay, we've got the embroidery thread. If you want to do the embroidery on it, yeah.
If you want to do it that way, just look on the little bobbles on the
Oh,
end.
yeah, so the little bobbles on the end. Oh, yes.
But you don't have to.
You don't have to. You do it on your machine
have
if you
to.
want. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you've got the ribbon.
Can
the
you
felt.
wash felt? Sorry to interrupt.
Can you wash? You would be able to wash this. It's acrylic felt, so
Okay.
it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, perfect.
It's not wool
Okay.
felt.
Lovely.
You do throw some questions at me, don't you?
That's what I'm here for. Message.
You know what? I'm having this awful feeling that I have brought no Bondaweb, so we will be assuming that
have we got any Bondaweb on the shelf?
It's fine because
Open one.
I have Bondaweb.
Okay, we're fine. Just want to say how much I enjoy Sewing Street. Look forward to watching every day. Thank you so much to all you. Lots of love from Lucy. It's our pleasure, Lucy. Our pleasure. So you don't need any Bondaweb then?
No, I
Okay.
don't, but you will.
Yeah, you will at home. Just buy the little packet.
Yeah, you don't need.
Right, have you got an angel policy? If somebody wants to make these, do you have an angel policy about selling?
Just as long as you would acknowledge that it was from our pattern, our design, I have no problem with that. I just wouldn't want to see it being sold as a kit on
or in shops.
But
You
if
don't
you
want
want, if you want to make up those little bunnies and sell them, then I don't have a problem.
Okay, perfect. All we ask is you don't pass on the pattern to anyone free. Obviously, don't just give the pattern out to anyone. And give them a nod. And if you're John Lewis's, she's happy to sell them by bulk to you, but you need to speak to her direct.
Yes, absolutely.
Fine.
These swags.
Do you need one?
I do, because we have bunny rabbits going in both directions.
Okay.
So I'm not quite sure how.
No, what?
I'm just not quite sure about any of this.
Oh dear.
No, that's not true. I made these little. I made up the samples a little.
When you were a child.
No, a little time. Well, in the dark ages. I made these up weeks ago.
Right.
And then
I had a lot on your plate since then.
I've had a lot on my plate. I've had been to the dentist and had a procedure.
Oh, have you?
And had all sorts of things. So, if I just so here we go. So
right.
we have bunnies going in both directions. Yeah?
Right.
So that's why you have a template A and a template B.
Oh.
Okay? Just perhaps stating the obvious, but you want them, we think, to go in either way.
Okay.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
As opposed
but
to
you
them
could
all
just turn the
running
pattern over, couldn't you?
Yes, but that confuses some people, especially if they're drawing it onto the Bonder web. Anyway.
Of course, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
So we just try and keep it simple. And then we have the little flowers. Now, the little flowers, whenever we make flowers up, we tend to do individual petals.
Right.
I know it looks like a bit of a faff,
Yeah.
but it does give you just the opportunity to make them more flower-like than just one piece.
Big, yeah.
Yeah. So these, you've got your template, you're drawing this onto your Bonder web.
Okay.
You are going to then cut it out accurately, and you're going to lay it on top of the felt.
Okay.
So there are 5 petals.
Right.
And this is where some kind of pointy thing can be quite useful if you've got big
We've got
fingers.
another compliment of Rosie now. I purchased some vintage print fabric from Yvonne. Stunning. Rosie's customer service, 11 out of 10.
Oh, yeah. Rosie is my shop manager, and she is absolutely wonderful.
Brilliant.
She just goes above and beyond.
Yeah, brilliant.
So, laying it out like this. We've
You
got,
see that? Oh, just move it to your right a tiny bit. Lovely, perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
So you get the opportunity to just fiddle around with them a little bit. Now I'm going to move from here
To the iron. Okay.
This is acrylic felt, so it's fairly robust.
Right. Oh.
What didn't happen though was the little my little petal went all skew with.
Oh no! And now is it scrunched up?
Yeah.
You can make it a 4-petal flower then.
I shall have words with it. It will be all right because the pointy bit. Okay, this shows you whenever you put your iron down, do an applique, you put it flat down.
Yeah.
You don't
move it.
move it. I thought I had enough heat. I need to. Right, flat down, 1, 2, 3, 4, that should be enough. And I'm going to get away with that because there is a little blue bit to go in the middle.
Oh, now look, hope to see you in Stormont soon. Our whole sewing class is going on the Thursday. So excited, from Jack.
Yeah, thank you. You know,
in
with
Londonderry.
the support that we are getting from
Is that where we're going then, Stormont?
the Stormont Hotel.
Oh, Stormont Hotel, not
But-
the place. There's a place called Stormont,
Well,
isn't there?
Stormont is where the assembly buildings
that's
are,
right,
and it is literally across the road.
Oh, okay.
And it's Stormont Estate, and there are wonderful grounds there to go and have a walk in.
You haven't given me any time to go walking.
Well, yeah, I can throw you out the door and over lunchtime and early afternoon.
I'm having lunch with a tractor. Can't be walking out then. You poor thing, I'm sure it'll be worth it in the end. This must be for you. Dentist's not my favourite place. You're in a happy place now. From Carol in County Fermanagh. We've got the whole of Ireland calling in today.
Yeah. I
Where's
know.
County Fermanagh then?
Further west.
Okay.
You're going to be in County Antrim.
Okay. I've been to Belfast before. I did, when I was on this morning, every Christmas we'd have to do one of those delivering presents to a hospice. And I went to a
wonderful.
children's hospice in Belfast. And it was just, it was the first time I'd been to a children's hospice. And I was like, didn't really think about it when I was on my way. And then suddenly realised it was Christmas and I was going. And I had the most brilliant day with these kids. And these kids have got problems that we don't know the half of. Do you know what I mean? And then I got on the train to go home. I'm getting all sad now. I got on the train to go home, and I'd had a brilliant day with these kids. But then when you start thinking about it, and I was on the train, and all these really drunkard jobs got on, and I just thought, you don't know you're bored. You kind of got all upset. I didn't say it to them, obviously, and I was sitting in the corner, sobbing to myself in the corner of this train carriage, because I just thought, those poor kids, and yet they were as happy as Larry. But anyway, I'll carry on.
You have options now.
Oh, do we?
Well, these little, all of this we have gone round with a blanket stitch on our sewing machines. Now, that might be a little tricky for some people. Their machines might not be as manoeuvrable.
Yeah.
So you could do it by hand.
Right.
Or just do a straight stitch around the
Okay, we haven't cut it out yet then?
No.
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 That's the important thing.
The important thing is stitch it down, and then very carefully, which is, you know, those scissors that we had on earlier.
Oh yeah, the little snippy scissors from 9 o'clock.
The little snippy scissors.
8 o'clock.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll get them for you.
That's such a long time ago.
I know. You got to stitch it first anyway, haven't you?
Well, I do, and I'm beginning to wish that I'd actually stitched the bunny rabbit as opposed to the
do the bunny rabbit then, and stitch the bunny rabbit. Show us that.
Because the bunny rabbit. So these scissors. What's so good about them is that you have this sharp point, and they cut right to the end. You've got this fine point, and whenever you're cutting around these, you want to be able to take clean cuts around so that you have nice smooth edges. So
do the bunny instead then.
Well, let's see what I have time for. Yeah. So you have plenty of felt. What you do want to be doing is making sure as you place each of the bunnies onto the felt that you are allowing yourself enough space to give you about 1/8 of an inch all the way around. So we're going back, and we're going to make sure that we lay the iron down flat and let the bunny.
Right, Jan is on. Right, Jan wants to know why they're called bunny swag. She thinks it dangles from a curtain rail instead of a pelmet.
Well,
no, swag is like.
Yeah, it's the fact that it kind of
drapes.
Drapes. That's the word.
Drapes. You're just being difficult, Jan Hill. Now, is it the thing that
we have to call it something?
Yeah.
You know, like whenever people have to choose colour, give names to colours, and some of them are a bit more realistic than others. Yeah. Each time we create a new kit, I have to come up with a name for it.
I'd call it bunny bunting. That's what I'd call it.
Well, I wish I had now.
Yes, yeah.
But we've called it a bunny swag.
Yeah. So you're just doing a straight stitch round?
I'm not actually. I'm trying to do a little blanket stitch on the machine here.
Brilliant.
I'm beginning to wish I'd made it a little bit bigger. But.
Oh, Sue's books has arrived. Brilliant, Sue. No work for you tonight. Won't take you that long to read, Sue.
So how many more are you getting printed, John?
Thousands. They're all just going in today, actually.
Is that going to be enough?
Thousands, yeah. Not 1,000, thousands.
Oh, sorry, I misheard.
No, sorry, no.
I misheard. So I'm doing this blanket stitch in a red thread around the bunny, so that you should be able to see it, and of course it gives a bit of contrast between the blue and the cream as well. Just adds to the overall effect. The other thing, we have put these bunny rabbits on a
ribbon
going horizontally. Yeah?
Right, oh right, yes.
You could put them one after the other.
Well, I've got one of those on all my doors. I've got chickens, I've got prosperity chickens, I've got camels, I've got elephants. I'm supposed to have a Chang fabric one, which Becky forgets to bring me every time. And what else have I got? Camels, elephants, chickens. There's another one. What is it? Hearts.
Oh, it was World Giraffe Day yesterday.
It was
wasn't
World
it?
Giraffe Day yesterday. We missed that one, didn't we?
I have a light pool in my downstairs loo that is a wooden giraffe.
Oh, yeah.
And my granddaughter can reach it. Up until maybe 3 weeks ago, she couldn't reach it.
Have you seen pictures of Maisie recently? You know, Vixie's Maisie?
Yeah, I haven't.
She certainly put a picture on Instagram last week, and she's very tall. And she's standing there, like, walking away around this field at a festival and everything. It's like, oh my goodness, she's really grown up now. I sent her a message, she went, tell me about it. Just tell me about it, John. I know.
Well, Alice will be 3 in September, so really she's only 2. I'm a little 2, she says.
Oh.
I'm a little 2.
Are your daughters petite as well, height-wise?
They're taller than I am.
That's
but
not difficult, yeah.
Well, precisely. Yes, we're short.
Yeah, I didn't like to say.
Well, you know, tall spade a spade.
Yeah.
But her daddy is reasonably tall.
Oh, okay.
So. Sorry, this is taking a little longer than.
Yeah, I didn't like to say.
Well.
Oh, Jan says, thank you, came in halfway through the demo. Scarlett the dog insisted on an extra walk this morning. In the heat?
Oh my. You have to be careful of their paws.
Why? What, because it's too hot?
Yeah, you know, on the concrete and
Yeah,
stuff.
make little pads, make little slippers
Yeah,
for
you
them.
have to, but you do have to think about it. You wouldn't go out in your bare feet.
No, well. It was baking in the back garden yesterday. I had too much to do to sit and sunbathe. The garden furniture's out, but it's just the cushions. I can't be bothered schlepping them all out from the garage and putting them back in again afterwards.
I know the feeling.
Yeah. Because as soon as you sit down, you know it's going to go cloudy. I put my wash in, I washed the sheets and everything, and I put them all out on the garden furniture to dry the other day, and they were dry in seconds. And I thought I'll leave them because lovely fresh air and everything. And sunshine, didn't know sunshine's a really good, do you mean antiseptic?
Quite possibly.
Yeah. And when I came out, the cats were like this. Oh, this is lovely.
Oh,
and I
yeah.
came out, normally they'd run off, they didn't move at all.
These bunnies have got very long bodies.
Yes, well, you designed them.
Well, no, I didn't. This is a design that Linda made.
Okay.
I
Should have sent Linda in to show them then, shouldn't you, really?
That's what I get paid the big bucks for.
Oh, okay. God, this is
Yeah,
big
I
bucks.
wish.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll never forget the first time I came on the telly. My hands were shaking, literally shaking.
Oh.
I was
Who
trying.
were you with?
Derek.
Oh, right. Hang on. When was Derek been on Sewing Street?
No, on that was Sewing Quarter.
Oh, did you come on Sewing Quarter? Have I known you that long?
Just a couple of times.
Oh.
I was never on with you. I think I
No.
only did twice. Well, Derek and one with Natasha.
Oh, yeah. It
I
must have been
think.
very early days then.
Yeah.
And then they didn't want you again.
Well, they shut down.
Say it as it is.
Well, what more can I say?
Yeah.
I joined and it all went to. Let me press the right button. So, having carefully gone round this, you now are simply going to very carefully
Yeah.
cut around the.
Oh, I thought you wanted our scissors to cut it. You were just showing our scissors off for us.
Well, I was just showing you
Oh,
those
thank
off
you.
because
Thank
it really is important that you can do this, that you can snip to the end of to the point of the scissors.
Oh, Anne's just received a book. Postage just been. John's book's arrived. Thank you, John and Sewing Street. We'll do a bit more sewing, then looking forward to the book later on today. Have a great holiday, you deserve it. Oh, what if those planes don't go on Friday? 12th of June.
Okay. To just complete the swag, we've popped little circles on the ends to finish the ribbon off. So that's where you can do a little bit of hand embroidery.
Oh yes. I noticed you've done two sides of fabric. So is there felt in the middle of the little circles?
Yeah, somewhere here.
Oh right, brilliant.
I have done circles and circles.
Yeah, just moving to the right a little bit so we can have a look at them. There you go, perfect. Yeah, brilliant.
And this is for encasing the ends of the ribbon.
The ribbon, yeah.
I've done circles here because that's what we have shown you to do in the kit. But wouldn't it be nice if you did a heart?
That'd be
just a
nice,
little heart shape. You know what? I'm sure you have lots of ideas of what you could do yourself. Maybe even put a
carrot,
a bead,
or bead. No, I'm thinking like carrots for the bunny rabbit to eat his dinner, or her dinner. Gender friendly here.
Their dinner. Yeah. So this.
You're still not finished cutting that out yet?
No. I'm not going to be rushed, Mr.
No, exactly. No, so you shouldn't.
No. But what I'm thinking is this is something you could do with grandchildren.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because there are enough aspects of it that you're not doing the same thing repeatedly. And there is another bunny, yeah?
Lovely.
And, oh, I haven't threaded a needle up, have I?
It doesn't matter, don't worry. How have you attached the ribbon to the back? Is it hand stitched on?
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't got a ribbon to show us a thread to show us how to do the circle. Like, that doesn't matter.
Well, I have the thread, I just haven't a needle threaded, which is always an interesting activity.
You got a needle? Do you want Becky to get your needle?
No.
Got a needle.
Somewhere here there will be a needle.
So I'll recap the bundle so we're not watching Yvonne try and thread a needle. What colour have you got in at the moment? A blue. The blue one is this one. $11.99. Everything you need, you get your felt and your fabric and your ribbon in there. You just need a little bit of Bonder web. $11.99. And then we also have the floral one. You're right there.
Well,
do you want to borrow my glasses?
Well, no.
You're trying to thread a pin?
No, I'm going to find a needle that
with a bigger eye.
With a bigger eye, because this is embroidery thread, and really, I'm not sure it's ever going to go through this eye.
Okay, don't worry. $11.99. There's your floral one, the yellow one. Gorgeous, and that will make this one here.
That's why you bring a pack of needles with you, isn't it?
Okay.
Because all I want to show is that I've attached these two circles.
Well, why don't you thread
together.
that up? Let me just, because we're going to come to the end. Yeah, let me go through everything
sorry.
else
Yes,
we've got.
got.
No, don't apologise. We've got a deal for 3 patterns.
If you can get the needle out of the packet, John.
Oh no! Do you need help? Do you need Becky to come and help you? 3 patterns, right? If you buy the sailboat quilt pattern, the home spa set pattern, and the Sandra's bag pattern, you save £8.50. So you're getting this one for free. These are $9.99 each. You get that one for free, £8.50. So if you buy all 3 of those patterns, you save £8.50. And why wouldn't you? Exactly.
Yeah, I wasn't.
If you're not going to use it, give them as gifts.
I wasn't being pathetic.
Oh, no, Becky got it. Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
$19.98. I've also got the beach huts here, which is a whole kit to make this gorgeous little wall hanging. Doesn't have to be a wall hanging on your table. $29.99. You've got a glass table in your holiday home. All the fabric you need there. All you have to supply is wadding, backing, and bondweb.
You could frame it.
You can frame it if you want to. Then you wouldn't have to back it, would you, if you framed it? I've got a bundle of embroidery threads here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 embroidery threads there. Just a little selection for you to get going. And then last but not least, I've got the bundle, the kit, to make the lovely shelf, what do you call
Edger.
it? Edger runner. Stuart's just sprayed his perfume, hasn't he? Can you smell it? I can smell Stuart perfume wafting in the aircon. $27.99. And in that you get all the fabric you need for the front and the binding. The front goes over the shelf, so it also includes the fabric that goes on the shelf as well. $27.99. Have you threaded?
I've threaded.
She's threaded.
And I've just inserted the ribbon, popped the pin in. I have 2 layers of felt, so I can hide the knot of the thread in the middle. I'm going to just go over the top to start with, making sure that I'm pulling the thread up to the edge.
Yeah.
This was not destined to be, you know.
It's not what?
This bit of sewing just has gone wrong from beginning to end because I managed to just pull it through the felt. I tugged too hard, so do be careful.
Yeah.
Right? Get yourself started. Make sure that you
Hey,
have
I told you I
your
could smell
thread to
Stuart.
the edge.
He's just wafting by the door there.
He does a good waft.
He does.
So this is blanket stitch. So you are simply making sure that each stitch you take, you have your thread in a loop.
Lovely.
Round here, so that you're always coming through that circle.
Gorgeous.
This is where you can use whatever colour thread you want. This could be red as opposed to the blue. And
is it just normal thread or is it embroidery thread?
I would suggest you use embroidery thread here. What I have here is some silk embroidery thread that I have at home.
Right, lovely.
But
Brilliant.
1 or 2 strands of ordinary cotton stranded embroidery thread, like the pack that bundle that you have there.
Oh yeah, exactly. Use that lovely red or the blue from there.
So you're simply going round, being as even as you can. You could, let's say this word, but not mean it really. You could put a little bit of glue in here to just hold everything in place. Yeah. I put a pin in, but a little bit of Pritt stick would just make it a little easier as you go round. And there you go.
Fantastic. So you're back in a month's time.
I'm back in a month's time. I think it's the 27th.
Yeah, to do the block number 6 and Christmas crackers.
And 3D snowflakes.
Oh, we love that.
And pyramid gift boxes and festive house.
Crikey, you're cramming a lot in there, aren't you?
Well, an hour and a half so that I can do a proper demo on the crackers.
Excuse me. So you've got an hour and a half, and half an hour, not half an hour on your quilt, surely?
No.
So you're on for 2.5 hours?
Yeah. Are you in that day?
I don't know. We can have a look. Oh, I don't know if Nikki knows how to do that on the machine. I can have a look for you later. I don't know if it's me.
Just thought that because I decided to do Christmas, I thought we should do Christmas.
Will you be wearing your Christmas earrings? Or will you have your Christmas nails?
Oh, if I speak nicely to my daughter.
Yeah, book it in now. Book it in now.
Yes, I will have to.
Anyway, if I don't see you, well, I'll see you soon anyway. If not, I'll see you in Belfast. Don't go anywhere. Stuart is up after the break. We're going to be showing you the new brother machine that we have, and he's going to be demonstrating on it, and we're going to be talking through the new embroidery machine, which is back in stock. Now, yesterday, I only mentioned it was back in stock, and 5 sold like that. So goodness knows how many they've got left. We will see you in 4 minutes from now.
Hello, my name is Mark Francis and I'm a guest designer right here on Sewing Street. You may have seen me before. I don't know whether anybody has maybe tuned into the Great British Sewing Bee, but I was there for Series 6 reaching the quarterfinals. I'm now here on Sewing Street on your screens, bringing you my very favourite sewing patterns for men, women and children for dressmaking and tailoring. So you can fill your stash and your collection with my very favourite fabrics and sewing patterns, including my very own range right here, exclusive to Sewing Street. Something you may not know about me. Now let's have a think. A lot of this has been covered on the Sewing Bee, but I am a Blue Peter badge winner. I know. I haven't worn it in a while. Slightly too old to get into Warwick Castle these days wearing it. But you never, do I pass for 16? I don't know. Possibly not anymore. And I'm also, hence the piano, a pianist I've been playing since the age of 7, when my school teacher at the time taught me, a little under duress from my mother because he thought I would be terrible. Turned out I wasn't. But there we go. Such is life. You never know until you give it a go. Have I just invented a new catchphrase? I don't know. You never know until you give it a go. Caption across the screen, please. Thank you very much. So do join me, popping up on your screens on here on Sewing Street, to bring you my very favourite sewing patterns and fabrics from across the range, including my very own range of sewing patterns from Sew Mark Francis, including this very Turlo shirt. More to come on a regular basis, so do keep tuned for that.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Rebecca Harrison's just messaged in. Lovely Rebecca Harrison. Books arrived at her house. Just talking about, there's a story about Richard and Judy in the book, and they were just, Becky was just telling us about it. I was there, so I knew the answer. Apparently as well, I'm very, what's the word? Bucolic.
Bucolic.
Very countryside, because we don't use the front doors where I live. You don't go to each other's front door. You just walk in through the back door. That's why the key's always in the door. Anyway.
Are you still head to foot in Nicole Fari?
No.
Speeding away in a brand new red MG?
No. It wasn't an MG, it was a Ford Fiesta.
Was it?
Something MR2, something like that. Anyway.
Oh.
I'm going back a long time.
Well, clearly.
Anyway, when Stuart launched this sewing machine and this embroidery machine, only a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it?
It was just a couple of weeks.
With that Tracy.
That's right, Tracy
Sold
Dennis.
out, completely and utterly sold out. We got some more sewing machines in, they sold out. We've now got more sewing machines and the embroidery machine. That's the embroidery machine, obviously, you're looking at there. We've got them back in stock. Now, Stuart's going to do a demo. We'll put the graphics through for both of them to start with. So let's put the embroidery machine in first, because we're not going to be demoing on that just yet. So now, it's £599. It is on split pay. It's on split pay. It comes from us. It doesn't come from Brother. It has a 3-year warranty. It has 45 Disney motifs, which I'll show you through the brochure later, of embroidery, which you cannot use to sell. I'm going to say that now. You cannot use to sell. But all the others you can use to sell, and it's got a USB port so that you can make your own and download them and everything like that. So that's the embroidery machine. Look, £599, £199.66. We'll be talking a little bit more about that later, but please be careful, because like I said, yesterday I only mentioned that it was back, and I don't know how many went in baskets, but 5 sold while I was standing here. So you know what I mean? It's very, very popular. You only have to look on the Facebook fan page to see everybody going, it's arrived, look what I've made, look what I've made, oh, it's gorgeous, I love it, I love it, I love it. So, £599, you take split pay, £199.66. We do ship it to you the minute you've paid your first payment. You don't have to wait for all your payments to go through. £599, it's just does embroidery, just does embroidery. And I've got embroidery to show you later, but we'll go through the brochure of that later, because it's important now, because the sewing machine has been so popular. Stuart even introduced Emma Bradford to it last time she was in, and she did a whole quilt on it, didn't she?
Yes,
Here.
yes.
So the sewing machine is what Stuart's got over there. Now you might need to show a picture of the front, because obviously he's got the back to you at the moment. This is the embroidery machine, obviously don't look at this machine. £399, and wait till you see the split pay. £133 again, 3-year warranty from Brother. It comes from, there it is, comes from us. I'm not going to say anything about it because Stuart knows, well, so much about it, but I was shocked by how many inbuilt stitches and how many inbuilt uppercase letters there were and alphabets were and everything like that. So for £399, now, this is where you have to go and look at the fans page, because so many people have said, it's arrived, look, I've started sewing it straight away, I absolutely love it. Other people talk about, I've had my Brother machine for 40 years now, never had a day's gone wrong with it and things like that. It's a very, very, very reputable make, isn't it? And a really, really good machine, because it does so much. So, when Stuart's finished his ironing...
Oh, sorry, I was just going to start on a pair of jeans then.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to sit down now and we're going to learn all about the new, well, they're singing. So, Brother, singing. Whoops. Just why I don't give it to me to do, is it? Brother, sewing machine. Right, off you go then.
Wind me up, let me go.
Yay!
Oh, what a machine, John. What a machine. It is absolutely fab. And you said it in a nutshell. What you get for the money is incredible. Well, it's almost bordering on there's been some mistake, surely. Yeah. Because what you're getting is a computerized sewing machine with 250 stitches on it, a load of automatic one-step buttonholes, dressmaking stitches, stretch stitch fabric stitches, patchwork and quilting stitches, loads of different embroidery and decorative stitches as well. You're getting free arm, drop feed dogs, you're getting an extension table. I mean, this is the kind of thing you'd normally have to pay extra for, 20, 30 pounds for an extension table. When I'm working, I have my extension table on all the time. You can independently adjust all 3 feet, so it's going to fit your table perfectly, even if you've got a bumpy old pine table like I have.
I was going to say farmhouse table.
Exactly. You can do twin needle work. You've got all your numbers, 3 alphabets. So great for monogramming, great for putting messages, quilt labels, that kind of thing. You've got automatic start-stop, so you don't have to use a foot pedal. If you struggle to use a foot pedal, or you don't want to use a foot pedal, maybe you like sewing standing up, for example, and a foot pedal's less easy to use, you can do it all with one touch. Automatic needle up, needle down, automatic locking stitch, reverse stitch. You have got a hard case. I don't know about you, John, but I love an hard case.
Oh, yeah.
I love an hard case. So let me just show you this. So
Watch your cup of tea behind it.
Oh yeah, we'll do. When you get your hard case out, don't go pulling the polystyrene out. It's not packaging material. It's part of the...
Oh, good tip, good tip,
yeah?
good tip.
So that's going to cushion everything. So I'm going to whip the reel of thread off. This is clever. I love this. Look, your spool pin for your thread, pop that on the side, and then everything clips away, folds away. Absolutely brilliant. And then there's your hard cover. So that's going to keep your machine safe, secure, dust-free, but also, you know, if it's somewhere where people are walking past, the kids go by or whatever, you know, it's
Well,
much
not
more
everyone's lucky enough to have a sewing room, are they? So
exactly right, yeah. What's also nice about this machine, John, is it's a good weight. It's just under 9 kilograms, so it's a decent weight, so it's not going to rattle around while you're sewing. But equally, it's also a very portable machine. So if you don't have a sewing room, so you're constantly getting it out, putting it away, etc., etc., maybe you go to workshops, classes, maybe you have a shed at the end of the garden that you take your sewing to. Now, I would recommend, if you do have a shed outside, unless it's terribly well insulated, I would always bring your sewing machine back into the house.
Okay.
Just so that you don't have those big changes in temperature.
Yeah.
You know, in the summer it can be boiling hot in the day, freezing cold at night. Not good for any electricals,
No,
really.
exactly.
But it's very portable for that. Also great if you're going to workshops and classes. Now I'm just going to turn the machine around for a second because I want to show you a couple of really clever features on the front. Okay, one of them is this, your stitch guide that runs down the side right here. So rather than having to grab the manual out when you want to look through your 250 stitches, okay, you don't need to do that. You've got a stitch guide here, and then flip it up. Isn't that genius? I just love that. And then you've got your second half of your stitches are all there. And then on the top of the machine right here, now I had a brother for about 6 months.
Right.
Didn't realise.
No.
True story. That's where all your alphabets are. So you've got your alphabets and you've also got your numbers and your punctuation. And basically you've got 3 styles of alphabet. You've got a solid capital, you've got a cursive, or like joined up.
Joined up writing.
Yeah, joined up writing capitals. And then you've got an outline capital. And all of the letters, all of the numbers, all of the punctuation in all 3. All you do to get between the 3 different, I'm going to pop the machine on, and if you keep looking over here, hang on, wait a minute. Oh, do you know what, John?
Don't blame.
I was... John, honestly.
Now we know what that is, don't we?
John, I'm going to blame Yvonne. There we go.
Yeah.
Right. So you can see, here's our display screen.
Yeah.
That tells us the stitch that we've selected. Okay, it also tells us, you see this letter up the top at the moment, it says J, that's the foot that we're going to use.
Okay.
Now we've loads of different feet, I'll show you those in a second. That's the foot that we need for stitch 0, 0. And then you've also got plus and minus buttons here, and this is for the stitch length and the stitch width.
Right.
Under here, you're going to adjust the stitch number by just adding tens and adding units. Yeah, or taking away units. And then over here you've got your mode. So here you've got different sets of stitches, because obviously you've got 250 stitches.
I was going to say, yeah.
And obviously 2 digits, you can only go to 0, 0 to 99, so you can do 100 stitches like that. But you've got your 2 different modes here, and then you've got your alphabet modes. And when you click this, look, you've got alphabet 1, alphabet 2. Do you see the number?
Yeah.
2, alphabet 3.
Yeah, it's not the big number you're looking at, it's the little number, is it? Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3.
Okay.
They're your 3 different alphabets.
And then, you know, your stitch is stitched on the front. Does it tell you which mode each stitch is in on the front
Exactly
sheet?
right. Yeah, absolutely. So your first 2 screens here on your stitch selector, this is all mode 1.
Right.
This is your first 100 stitches. And then when you flip it up, here's mode 2. Okay, here's mode 2.
Right.
This one, and then this one is mode 3. Now mode 3 are some of these stitches but mirror image.
Oh, okay. Brilliant. Yeah.
So much functionality. And then you can also, using the memory, you can combine stitches. So you can do this, you know, this stitch followed by this stitch, and you can repeat between the two to create your own decorative stitches. And then you're also going to use the memory when you want to program in something like, you know, property of John Scott.
Yes.
I'm not saying you could definitely get that in. You can get 50 characters.
Right, okay.
But I know how possessive you are. All over his stuff, folks. Honestly, there's labels on it. I'm joking. He hasn't got
I haven't
labels
got
on
anything
it.
to label.
No, it's because nobody wants your biscuits, John.
Well, no, because 12-foot-tall Ruth just throws them away, didn't she, in the dressing room? I thought they were mouldy, she said, threw them away. Can I ask, where's the memory? How do you do the memory, then? Oh.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah, okay.
We'll come back. You basically, I'll just show you quickly.
Yeah.
You use the plus and minus
Oh,
here
okay. Yeah.
for your memory.
Lovely.
Yeah. All right. So you can put things into the memory with the plus.
Yeah.
And you can take things out with the minus.
Okay, brilliant. I have the 250 FE and called her Doris. She is my first sewing machine and she's awesome. You can do so much with her. Oh, that's Chris, boy Chris, natural, in Manchester.
Boy Chris Natural.
He's a natural, what's it called, healer.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Now then.
Right.
Absolutely incredible range of stitches on your machine. Let me show you a few of them. So let's just do a quick bit of stitch. Oh, do you know what I've done?
Put white thread on a white fabric.
No, I haven't. I've got
you've
any
taken your
thread.
top off.
I haven't got any. I've taken my top
off.
off. It's not that kind of show, folks.
No. Well, it could be. It's gone 12 o'clock.
There'll be many people switching off. 1 or 2 people switching on.
Yeah.
Really easy to thread. You've got an automatic needle threader on a machine that's £399. Yeah. You've got all the bells and whistles of a much more expensive machine in, well, what I've got to say is the best value machine in its price range.
Yes,
It's absolutely fantastic. Doesn't help when there's a knot in the thread. There we go. So I'm all threaded up.
Right.
You've also got a top-loading bobbin here.
Right.
So benefits of that, you can always see what colour bobbin thread you've got. You just look through the window. It's easy to drop in. You want it to look like a letter P.
Right.
When you look at it, think P for perfect.
Yeah.
And then you just literally drop it into the space, and then there's a little diagram, little arrows to show you the path of the thread. It's like a little groove. And then it's even got a little thread cutter at the end. You just cut the thread off.
So it's not like the old days where you need to take your needle down and pull the bottom
Draw
one through.
the thread up. No. None of that, John. None of that. You don't have to do any of that. While we're just looking at the back of the machine, I'm just going to take the extension table off and just show you down here. There's your feed dog button. So if you're not sure where it is, it's on the back of your machine. Okay, push it across. The feed dogs are going to drop away.
Yeah.
When you re-engage them, Okay, rather worryingly,
They don't come up.
nothing happens, yeah, until you take that first stitch, and then as soon as you do that, the feed dogs will pop back up.
Lovely.
If you ever start sewing and your fabric isn't feeding through your machine, check your feed dogs.
Yeah.
You were probably doing some quilting. Seen that so many times. I've done that so many times. Right then, so here's a tip for you. When you get your machine home, grab yourself some plain fabric and stabilise the back of it. Lightweight, medium weight, fusible interfacing.
Right.
Okay. And what I recommend you do is stitch out some of the stitches. You know, get it threaded up and have a go at some of the different stitches. You've got obviously stitch width and stitch length adjustments that you can do. Here's one of my faves, the triple straight stitch. Now a triple straight stitch, it looks like 3 stitches next to each other on the machine, on the visuals.
Yeah.
But what you actually get is 3 straight stitches over the top of each other. That's absolutely gorgeous if you want to do really strong top stitching, but it's also a stretchy straight stitch. So if you want to sew something like jersey, t-shirt fabric, something that's got stretch in, look at that. So I've got an ordinary straight stitch on one side and then the triple straight stitch next to it. You can see how bold that is.
Yeah. Bought this machine during the launch. It's arrived on my birthday. My first computerized sewing machine. What a game changer. Love it, love it, love it from Bex. Also, Rebecca Harrison. You know our Rebecca Harrison, who demos here. Her mum bought one completely off. You know, she didn't even say to Rebecca, I'm going to get one. She just ordered one. Every single one of Rebecca's sewing machines are brother sewing machines. And her mum's given the sewing machine to her now. It's at her house anyway. And possession is 9/10 of the law, isn't it?
It really is. Now then, I've just done the lightning stitch, and what I did was, to start with, I put it on the widest setting, and then I've put it down to the narrowest setting. You don't have to stop sewing, okay, to adjust this.
Right.
You can keep sewing, and you can adjust. Now, that's true of all of them. You can adjust any of the stitches. So, why might that be useful? Well, imagine you were doing something like a satin stitch around a leaf. You're doing some fusible applique.
Yeah.
On the main body of the leaf, you might want it wide, but then as you get towards the tip, you might like to narrow
it down.
your satin stitch down nice and smoothly and evenly. You can just use the increments just to narrow it down as you go.
Brilliant.
Looks so much nicer. So let's do a few more stitches. Let's pick some bit more decorative stitches. So one of my favourites is the serpentine.
Hi John Stuart, love today's show. Just want to say my brother machines are brilliant. I've had brother for many years, never a problem. From Angela in Essex. Thank you, Angela.
You know, one of the things I like most about Brother sewing machines is they are intuitive. So Brother's slogan is at your side. And that's true in so many different ways. The sort of customer service side of At Your Side is that there's a help desk if you need one. You can go on the website for FAQs and top tips. You've got a brilliant manual that comes with your machine. Okay, which you can also, I recommend, highly recommend, you download the digital version. Just go on Brother website, FS250, download the manual, and then you can start reading it now. But it's it's like a how to sew guide. If you've ever wondered, well, why would I use different needles? What would I use this particular stitch for? Is there anything else I can do with it? Your manual is an often overlooked resource. But then the other part of At Your Side is the machine is intuitive, it's helpful. You've got that display screen that's going to tell you things like which foot do you need, which stitch width, stitch length is the default, which is the kind of basic setting. What are our parameters? It'll also beep at you as well if you do something wrong. So for example, if you forget to lower the presser foot. On a lot of sewing machines, you can sew.
Well, it'll just go like wobbly, doesn't it?
Well, it'll sew and it'll feed and everything. You know, like if you use a darning foot and forget to put the presser foot down, you can sew, but you end up with sort of shag pile carpet on the back, which is not a good look. This will beep at you. So if I try and sew, listen. Did you hear that?
Yeah. So it's not an in-your-face beep, but it's a definite beep.
Yeah, and my machine's saying E1, which means you've left the presser foot up.
Yeah.
Now then, let's just do a couple more stitches. What about a blanket stitch? This is one of the ones I use so often. Now, there are a number of different blanket stitches on your machine, and obviously this is the default setting, okay? But then I'm going to reduce the width, and let's just keep it at that length for now, because I would use a much smaller blanket stitch for invisible machine applique, and I'd use invisible thread in the top. Okay, let me just show you how that looks. So this is quite a heavy buttonhole stitch, and this would be really nice for creating that kind of heavier...
Has it gone over the stitches a few times?
Yes, it
not
has.
just a single stitch?
Yes, it has. So you get that really strong line. So if you were doing like what looked like a hand-worked buttonhole, you would reduce the stitch length quite considerably, and you'd get a hand look. If you're going to go for something more like your sort of patchwork and quilting style, I would go with stitch 50. So let me do that. And again, I'll start off with the default, and then I'm just going to reduce the stitch length a little bit.
Another message. Good morning, got mine in the launch. I'm having so much fun with it. Shame I didn't get it before I bought a basic machine. Oh, Susan. Yeah. Because it's not a frightening machine at all, is it?
No, not at all.
I don't want to call it basic, because it's not a basic machine, but...
Now, if you have a look there and compare... Now, of course, you can reduce your width and length. So if we would want these bites into the applique much closer together. So we're just going to change the length of the stitch to do that. But you can see how different. So if you want a heavy look, go for the first lot of blanket stitch. If you want that light look that's barely there, perfect. Also, you can use that for, you know, like invisible mending, if you want to put a patch on and just kind of invisibly attach it. Really useful.
Lo says, I adore my brother's sewing machine. She does indeed. Are you better yet, Lo? Oh, no, you're not, are you? She's on day 11 of COVID and she's still got a red line. She's not happy. Stuart, thank you for the demos. I love you two together, says Lynn. Thank you, Lynn, my love.
Oh, thank you. That's lovely. So just doing a little bit of a decorative stitch now. Now, decorative stitch is lovely on children's clothing, lovely on homewares. Think things like cushions, pillows, napkins, napkin rings. So napkin ring, okay, lovely piece of plain fabric, linen-y fabric would be nice. Iron it to interfacing, back it, turn it through, and then add some decorative stitching. And then just add a buttonhole and a button. Look at that lovely leaf pattern.
Gorgeous.
How cute is that? You could just stitch that or stitch that around a napkin. So some really beautiful around a collar. You know, loads of lovely things you can do with that. So really simple and easy to choose your stitch. Now let's get into a few of the feet that we've got with this machine. So I'm going to pop the accessory box back on. And then just turn this
Another message while you're turning it around. Hi guys, love this machine. My first machine, and it has helped me, a beginner, to do several of Delphine's patterns from Mark in West Yorkshire. Thank you, Mark.
That's fab, Mark. Thanks for that. Well, the great thing is that if you're using a good quality machine that has lots of scope, in other words, you're buying a sewing machine for the sewer you perhaps want to be rather than the sewer you are right now. This has got it all. You know, you might be starting off, you've seen patchwork and quilting and thought, I want to do that, and that's all I want to do. I'll buy a machine that can help me do that. But if then, and trust me, you will want to get into home deck and sew lots of like thick fabrics, large heavy fabrics, you need that extension table, you need that motor. If you want to get into dressmaking, and again, you will. You want to be able to sew stretch fabrics, thick denim.
Just try new things,
Exactly. Right, so in our accessory box on the front of our machine, I'm going to tilt this forward. Oh, there we go. Can you just see? We've got our accessories. We've got our basic feet in there.
Brilliant.
Now I'm going to lift that out. We've also got space underneath. and we can do things like keep our sweets in that.
Really?
Yes, basically that's what I do. But I mean, some people keep like sewing requirements in there. Yeah, whatever you want. Needles maybe. So in this box you've got your sort of basic utility feet. So you have got your J foot, which is your basic, that's the gap, okay? That's your utility foot. You're going to use that for the majority of utility sewing.
Yeah.
Basic sewing. You've got your regular zipper foot. Now, if you watched the 9 till 11 show this morning, you saw me using that. You can clip that foot on either this side or this side. So it's got 2 positions, which means that you can sew to the left or the right of the zip.
Perfect.
Super
Without
useful.
moving the needle.
Without moving the needle, you just unclip and reclip the foot. So you've got your zipper foot. That's also really useful for sewing things like bindings and trimmings, ribbons, things like that. Really close to the edge. So we've got a zipper foot. Right here, your G foot. This is your over edge stitching foot. Okay, so this is going to do quite a lot of the functions of an overlocker, John. Now you might spend 400 to £1,000 or more on an overlocker, but most of us could get by with an over edge stitching foot. So we want to neaten seams, we want to, you know, make everything look neat and tidy inside something that's perhaps unlined. We're going to use this. What it does, can you see this? Oops, can you see?
Durable
there
too.
is a little, can you see that little straight pin? Right there in the gap. Can you see there's a little like
straight down
thin
the
metal
middle
bar? What that does is that holds the edge of the fabric down, and then you'll do like a wide zigzag or an over edge stitch. It's got them on your machine. But then as you get that pin doesn't go all the way to the back, the stitches actually slide off the back of it. Can you just see? It would come off the end. So as you're stitching over a metal pin, it holds everything flat. Because if you try and zigzag over seam allowance with a regular foot, all that happens to the seam allowance is it curls up, it folds and bends, looks a dog's dinner. So that's brill. Right, then you've got your open-toed embroidery foot. So open-toed so you can see where you're going, keep everything nicely lined up. It's an embroidery foot because we've got this groove cut out on the back, which means that it can slide easily over bulky stitches. So things like your satin stitches that are going to be a bit bulkier. That is also the foot I always turn to when I'm doing things like foundation paper piecing, where I need to be able to see the line. Now right here you have got the foot that looks like an ice skate. That's your blind hem foot. So if you want to be able to do blind hemming, so turning up trousers or curtains or blinds without a visible seam, you've got that foot. And then this one right here is your button sewing foot. So no more sewing on buttons by hand.
Brilliant.
You can sew buttons on using that. And then last but not least on this side is the buttonhole foot, which I'll show you in action. That's your buttonhole foot. So you've got, I think it's 10 different automatic one-step buttonholes in this machine. You can do them all using that foot. Last of all, of course, you've got a seam ripper. But we don't really like to talk about that, John.
No, but we all need one.
We all need one more than anything else. So they're all the basic feet that you get with the machine. Now, for £399, I think it would be reasonable to expect a sewing machine that had got about 50 stitches, no alphabet.
Oh no, you wouldn't expect an alphabet.
Probably 3 or 4 basic feet. You've already got lots more than that. Okay. But what you're then getting is a whole selection of speciality dressmaking feet included in the price. When I say dressmaking, they're pretty universal with what you've got here. Yeah, you get 7 more feet. It's incredible value. Now, I'm going to start off with this one right here, which is your non-stick foot. We often mention, I know, included for no extra money.
Oh no, because a lot of people know that as a Teflon foot, don't they?
Yeah.
And that is extra.
Yeah.
Most sewing machine things, that is extra.
Yeah. So your non-stick foot, you're going to use for sewing leather, PU, oilcloth.
Yeah.
Any fabrics which are kind of sticky or tacky or difficult. Have you ever tried sewing something and rather than getting beautiful, neat fed stitches, they just kind of stick under the foot and you get loads of tiny stitches?
Judders and... Yeah.
That's the foot you need. So normally you'd have to pay £10-15 extra for that. You get it included. This one right here is the rolled hem foot.
Fabulous.
Yeah. So if you want to do a tiny hem on beautiful napkins,
chiffon
silk,
scarves, bridesmaids dresses, anything like that.
Yeah, a lovely kind of roughly necked or scarf. There you go, you're getting that included. This one is your adjustable zipper foot. So you've got a little tightening screw here on the back, okay, which allows this to move. Basically, it means that you can move the bottom of the foot closer or further away from the needle.
Fantastic.
That's an absolute boon, if you, especially if you're sewing something like piping cord or trims. Right, next up, straight stitch foot. This has a much bigger surface holding your fabric down while you stitch. So rather than getting that wobbly straight stitch, you get a really nice straight stitch.
Very good if you're piecing then, I presume.
Piecing
for
it's
quilting
great for, top stitching it's great for. And you've got these little increments on the side to help you measure away from the edge of your fabric. Next up, you've got a 5 groove pin tuck foot. So you're going to use this to create those gorgeous, classy, dressy pin tucks in shirts, blouses, children's wear. It looks lovely on the bodice of a little dress.
Oh yeah, totally. I made
Twin
my friend
needle.
Roxy's mum's outfit for Roxy's wedding, and she wanted this shirt which had a yoke here, and it was tiny pin tucks in green silk. It was beautiful, but I had to do every pin tuck, so I had to measure it, press it, fold it right close to the edge, move to the next one, and of course you crush the one before when you do the next one. When you've got a foot like that,
absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And you just line up the grooves with the previous rows of pin tucks, so it's ideal. The other thing you can do, which is really nice, is to put really fine cord inside your pin tucks, isn't it? And you use that with your twin needle. Remember, you can do twin needlework. Right, 2 more feet to go. It's amazing.
Amazing.
£399.
Yeah.
Extension table, hardcover. I mean, just amazing. This is your gathering foot. So your gathering foot, if you just put that on your machine, put your fabric that you want to gather underneath and sew, it will ruffle the fabric. It's got a groove in there as well. If you slide a second piece of fabric into the groove, okay, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, like that. And then you have your second fabric that you want to ruffle underneath, and so it will gather the underneath fabric to the top
and
fabric.
stitch it at the same time.
Stitch it, ruffles it, and it, but it doesn't gather this fabric because it's in the groove.
Yeah,
Amazing.
wedding dresses, 1980s wedding dresses.
Rah-rah skirts.
Rah-rah skirts.
And then
I got
last
a message
of all,
for you. Love my brother's sewing machine. I had it about 7 years and stitched everything I threw at it. Lightweight, heavy denim, tapestry and canvas from Karen in East Sussex. See, everybody's saying the same thing, aren't they?
Yeah, they are brilliant machines.
Yeah.
And you know I teach a lot of workshops, and there's always half a dozen brothers in every class. It's such a beloved brand, it really is. So last foot that you've got, I'm going to wait, go on.
Oh, hang on. Hi, John shirt. I was used every day doing repairs and alterations in a shop, easier to use than the professional machine, just as reliable, from Lynn in Buckinghamshire.
Well, that says it all.
Doesn't
Fantastic. It? Thanks, Lynn. Yeah, last foot then that I've got right here is the bias binding attaching foot. I know, incredible, isn't it? So, you know, fabric goes in, binding comes out, stitched perfectly, both sides of your it could be quilted placemat, it could be doing like a Hong Kong finish on dressmaking.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant.
Love that.
So hang on, so you put the edge of the raw edge in and you put your bias binding in and it sews both edges at the same time?
Yeah, yeah. It does. It's brilliant. Yeah. Absolutely superb.
Oh, that's a lifesaver.
Yeah, it's so cool. Yeah. You've got so much in there. And, you know, other bits and bobs which are important but maybe not quite so glamorous looking. You've got a second spool pin.
Can't all be the glamorous one.
You can't. I mean, you can't.
No, I can't.
You get a second spool pin. All right, so that just fits, look, on there. On where you wind your bobbin, okay?
Right.
So if you're doing twin needle work, you've got one lot of thread there, one lot of thread on there, and then you pass them both through. You can't use your needle threader if you're doing twin needle work.
Obviously.
And also, don't use your needle threader for needles smaller than an 80. So I like a 75 or a 70. You have to thread those manually.
The thing is, I've got a needle threader on mine and I never use it because I've got this, it must be, I can't see what I'm doing, but must be muscle memory. I can go like that, slide, and you think, how have I put that thread through that needle and I can't even see the needle? Right?
Amazing.
Yeah. Anyway.
Muscle memory.
Muscle memory.
You get some needles as well. You get some basic needles. You also get a twin needle as well, so you can try out. Yeah, you get some little needles. You get your little screwdriver.
You get a twin needle already?
Yeah, you get a twin needle included. You get the only screwdriver you'll ever see me use.
Yeah.
You get 3 spool pins. You get a large, a medium and a small.
Brilliant.
You get 4 bobbins. You'll get 3 in your pack plus 1 on the machine.
Yeah.
You get a little hole punch.
Yeah.
If you're doing eyelets. You get a little brush.
Yeah.
And a little pokey tool just for keeping everything clean.
Yeah.
Plus a little wallet to keep everything in.
Perfect.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible value, whether you're a total beginner or whether you're a really experienced sewer.
Yeah.
And if maybe you've gone for, or you're going for, the embroidery machine, that incredible embroidery machine.
Yeah.
Remember, that is for embroidery only.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people that have an embroidery machine that is going. They are working on their brother sewing machine, doing their stitching, creating the project while that's going.
Okay, so while we have a break from the sewing machine, £399, split pay 133. Remember, it's sent to you at the minute. If you do take split pay, it's sent to you now. You get a 3-year warranty. It comes directly from us. Now, my mum and dad, I say this all the time, refuse, their generation, if we can't afford it, we're not putting on tick. We're not putting on tick. Do you know what? It's a different world now, isn't it? We all live on credit cards. We all live on the tick, as it were. If you want to take split pay, it makes it easier for you because you pay 133 3 times. Once today, once in a month, and then once a month after that. But imagine if you put, it's fine, if you put £399 on your credit card, which is what we'd all do. Imagine next month, say your boiler breaks down, you've got to pay £1,500, £2,000 for your boiler. You're thinking, I won't pay off my credit card. Can you imagine how much, because if you don't pay it that month, the interest on a credit card is. We don't charge any interest whatsoever. We literally split the piece by the amount of split pays we do. So that's a 3-way split pay. It's just the price split 3 times. That's it. But it's sent to you after the first payment. It's not like one of those Christmas clubs where you go, oh, I'll pay so much in and then at the end of the year I'll get my vouchers and things. It's sent to you the minute you pay the first one. And I say it comes from us, it comes from our warehouse. So it's included in your £3.95 post and packaging. So imagine if you came in and bought the early bird at 8 o'clock. And now you buy this, you still only pay £3.95 post and packaging. Can you imagine going down to Vicky in the post office going, I need to send this machine, please. I need it there in about 5 days and everything. She's not going to say £3.95, is she? How many? There are only 8 left and there are 10 in baskets. So if you want that sewing machine, no, don't look at this one, you want the sewing machine, right? The sewing machine there with Stuart. £399. There are 8 left, but 10 people want it. So 2 people, when you come to check out, it's going to say, sorry, sold out. Right. So that's the sewing machine, right? This is the embroidery machine. Now, we're not doing a demo on the embroidery machine. We're just going to talk you through it. Because Stuart was around at the launch of this. This just does embroidery. You don't sew on this. You don't. You stitch like that, but you don't sew on it.
Yeah.
I'll go here. So literally, look at the price: £599. Split pay will be £200. I think it's £199.66 when it drops down. Just as embroidery. Now, I'll let Stuart explain it all, but I do have to say this because this is important. It does have Disney embroidery motifs on it. You can use those for personal use, use them for gifting, anything like that. You must not sell those because that's licensed, isn't it? Right.
Yeah. And the
I'll let you, John,
that's really interesting about Disney embroidery motifs is you can't buy them on their own.
Oh.
This isn't just Brother, this is Disney embroidery. If they're not preloaded on a machine, you can't get them.
Oh, wow.
And that's just how, and that's a licensing thing.
Yeah.
So the fact that you've already got 45 Disney embroidery designs on your machine already is awesome. Then you've got a whole load of other designs. Let me show you. There is. So let me show you the Disney designs first of all. And what's gorgeous about the Disney is you've got everything you'd want and more. So you've, of course, got Mickey and Minnie with all the classic colours as well. The little chart next to you tells you the colours of thread that you need. You've got a bit of Donald Duck there. You've got Winnie the Pooh and Tigger too. You've got Disney princesses. You've got frames, and you can combine, so you can put a Disney princess in a frame. You've got Cars, you've got Monsters Inc., you've got some Toy Story. There are some more of those frames at the end, and just so easy to combine the two.
Yeah.
So those are your Disney designs.
You can make those to gift and for your own personal use, but you must, I'm only saying this because I don't want you to get into trouble, because you can't think, oh, I live in a little village in Warwickshire, nobody will know I'm doing it. They will. Companies like Disney and the big, powerful companies, I'm just saying to you, please don't do it. Please don't do it for your own good. Having said that, there's so many others that you can make and sell, aren't there, in that booklet?
Oh,
there's so
gosh,
many of them there.
everything else. And I mean, just look at all the frames. Amazing. And you can resize them as well. You can easily resize them. Just have a look at all these.
Are they just the frames then?
Just the frames. There's absolutely loads. And of course, as well, John, there are thousands of free embroideries that you can download using your USB.
It's got USB ports, hasn't it? That one.
It has. There are hundreds of alphabets.
Oh yes, yeah.
Huge alphabets. But I mean, you've got an alphabet on here, and if you want to write, I mean, you've got a 10 by 10 hoop.
Centimetre, 10 by 10 centimetre.
10 by 10 centimetre hoop. But that could just be one letter.
Oh yes.
So if you wanted to write happy anniversary on, well, if you do it on bunting, put one letter on each thing, and that's easy peasy. If you wanted to put, oh, I don't know, John Scott across the back of a dressing gown, you may laugh, it actually exists. Okay. All you have to do is draw a straight line across the back of the silk dressing gown.
Mine's in an arch, actually, but there you go.
That would be more difficult. Straight line in waterproof pen. Hoop it for your first letter, stitch that out, move the hoop over, make sure your lines that you've got your grid for lining everything up. So you can get everything lined up, and then you can stitch John Scott across the back of a dressing gown if you wanted. But yeah, so many designs. There's florals. Look at that alphabet. It is absolutely stunning. What about wedding not stationery, napkins?
Tableware and everything.
Gift bags, You've got these beautiful snowflakes and stars. Now, what you can do with those, of course, you can just embroider them on anything, but you can use wash away stabilizer. Okay, so put that on the back of on your hoop. Stitch directly onto the wash away stabilizer, stitch it out, then dissolve away the stabilizer, and you're just left with lace.
Yes.
And you can then stiffen that, you can add a hanging loop, put it on the Christmas tree, add it to bridal wear or bags, quilts. Imagine a quilt block with lacy frames around it. I mean, there's just so much that you can do once you get started.
And my little tip about that is when you dissolve away the stabilizer, don't throw that water away, keep that in a jar, and then what you can do is you can spritz it onto fabric later, and it does has the same effect, and you can then wash it away again. Yep.
Stop it.
What day did you launch these?
Sorry, I'm shooketh.
Well, I'm glad I've been able to teach you something, the master of everything, or mistress of everything. What date did you do this on? Because we're not actually going to stitch it today, because we haven't got time or anything, but what date was it, please, Nikki, that it was first launched? 22nd of June, that's today, isn't it? So yesterday I ran it through, is there not one before that?
I think it might have been the 2nd or 3rd of the month.
Yeah.
It was right at the beginning of the month.
Embroidery machine, Yeah, okay, so they've obviously put it on a new SKU because it was launched the day you did that. It was a Monday, wasn't it? You came in on Monday.
It was the launch of the Owland sewing cat.
Oh, yes, exactly. So if you go onto our YouTube and look up Tracy or the Owland
sewing cat,
then you'll be able to find it. It's the same day as that.
Yeah.
30th of May
30th
it was.
of May.
30th
I knew
of
it was
May.
right at the start of the month, end of the month.
And then now, what we've got to stress is you can't sew on this. You can't make garments or quilt on this.
Correct. So it's just got a darning foot on it.
Right.
So this is a purely an embroidery machine. And it doesn't have a foot pedal, or it just has a start-stop button, you know. But absolutely fantastic. You know, and what's fabulous about this is integrating embroideries into your other projects.
Oh yes, definitely.
So think about integrating this into your bag making, home decor, quilt making. I mean, even if you are only, in inverted commas, using this to create beautiful labels for your quilts, absolutely incredible.
But anything like each season, there's like a motif, and the butterflies were huge, and also you can embellish something. You could use Stuart's bag pattern from his book, right? And you know how we did the flap earlier, and you did a quilting. If you don't do quilting, but you wanted a lovely butterfly or some kind of something decorative in the corner, you could do that on your bag flap, couldn't
Yes,
you?
absolutely. And you know, I know a lot of quilters who use their embroidery machine to do quilting on their quilts. So you can hoop an area of a quilt.
Yeah.
So for example, it might be a little alternate block, it might be the centre of a star block, and then you can actually use your embroidery machine to quilt that area. If you have a look online, again, free quilting embroidery download.
Yeah.
All you've got to do is make sure that it's compatible with a brother machine, because obviously different machines use different formats.
Of course, yes.
But basically, pretty much all designers who design an embroidery motif will then offer it in a format for brother and a format for all the other different sewing manufacturers. So you just got to pick the right one.
Yes.
But I mean, have a look at what's out there for free.
Yes. Now,
Love that.
If you're worrying about colour, we've got a box of embroidery, the threads that are for embroidery. Now, we always say, don't we, don't put it in both the top and the bottom, because you fill a bobbin like you do on a sewing machine. We always say put bobbin fill in the bottom and then your embroidery thread on the top, so that it's not, because if you imagine the thickness of the thread on the bottom and the same thickness of the bottom, it's going to make it quite bulky, whereas bobbin fill on the bottom just keeps it much finer, a much finer thread. You just keep it on the bottom, so it's all about your embroidery and not so much about your the thickness of the embroidery. We'll put the graphics in for that in a second. Say the message.
Well, I just love using bobbin fill when I'm piecing.
Yeah. Oh, do you?
Yeah. Or I'll use, there's one called the bottom line.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. And the bobbins go on forever.
Yeah, of course they do. Of course they do. Because it's much finer.
Yeah.
It's much finer, isn't it?
It's my wish every time I blow out the candle on a birthday cake. It's my number one wish, a bobbin that never empties.
Oh, we should design something. $49.99. Now look, it makes them £1 each. Makes them £1 each, and we sell that plastic box for $14.99, or every colour you could imagine in there.
There's so much thread on there, John.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Beautiful. I tried to show you that very quickly, but it's gorgeous if you just want to practice and use all different colours.
Delicious.
And it's got that slight sheen to it as well.
Yeah.
So it means it looks gorgeous when it's actually made up in things.
Really nice for machine quilting as well.
There you go.
know, the important thing about embroidery thread is it's made so that it can be used at very high speeds.
Oh yes, because it's going constantly that, isn't it?
Exactly. You know, your embroidery machine will work at a very high speed. When you're quilting, you're probably working at quite a high speed, without breakages.
Yes, exactly.
And you get that beautiful stitch quality. It's gorgeous. What a great price.
Isn't it? Now, going back to the embroidery machines, we need to start rounding up now. The embroidery machine, the operations manual, I'm going to put it down on the table here and just move this across a little bit, because it takes you through every single... Oh, have you got a bit of masking tape stuck on your tummy? Masking tape's disappeared.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, it takes you through every single stage. So what I do, get it home, get it out of the box, admire it, see what you've bought, but then sit down and go through everything. We haven't gone through all the accessories, but all the accessories, everything like that, and then you just work your way through how you do it, winding, installing the bobbin. If you've used a sewing machine before, this will come naturally, but just read through it all and everything. It even gives you, now don't be frightened by the caution. They're there to help you so you don't make little mistakes with it or anything like that.
Well, it's those rookie errors that actually we all make, rookie or not, like putting the bobbin in upside down, you know, and it's little things like that. There's very little that can go wrong with your machine really in the great scheme of things.
And then I think, do the machines come with a case, please?
Yeah.
That one comes with a... No, the sewing machine does. Doesn't that one come with a soft one?
Soft cover.
Yeah, that one comes with a dust cover, the embroidery. Because the embroidery machine, you're not really going to carry around that much, I would imagine, are you?
No.
But the sewing machine comes with a hard case. But this is the case where it sits in your, not a carry case. Right, upper threading, all the different things. If you also go onto our... pre-order page today, we've also got sewing machine bags and sewing machine mats and things like that for you to go with them. But anyway,
and that, John, I think that's just your quick start guide, isn't it? That's for your embroidery machine.
I was talking about the embroidery machine on here. Yeah. So I'm going to move over there because let's just put the embroidery machine back in. Let me remind you about the price. Let's swap places again. So it's £599. That's there you go. So it's £199.66. That is your split pay. It's just for embroidery. It's got Disney on it. It's got so much more in it. It's also got a USB stick so you can download other... If you've got the software, you can even make your own embroidery designs and everything like that. So that's that one. And very quickly, because we've only got a couple of minutes left, the sewing machine that Stuart's got now, you need to be careful with the sewing machine because there are too many people got it in their basket. Too many people at £399. Let's say this again. Okay, if you all check out, that's it, they've all gone. They've all gone if you check out now. At £399, split pay of £133. Just very quickly showing you a buttonhole there, but we are about to run out of time.
And I've taken the foot pedal out, because actually when I do buttonholes, I tend to always do it with the start-stop button.
Yeah.
Just let it all run at a nice constant speed. It knocks off the thread at the end once it's finished.
Brilliant.
And then it stops. And then if you lift the needle up and lift the presser foot, the whole foot kind of springs back, and then all you've got to do is slide it down to your next mark position and press go, and it's going to stitch exactly the same buttonhole.
Is there a little thing you pull down? And
There is.
Oh, I can see it there.
You just see it there. And actually, if you've picked a buttonhole on your machine, it won't stitch it out unless you pull that down.
Oh,
the
brilliant.
sewing machine knows it's by your side. It will tell you.
Fantastic. Right, make sure you check out on those. Check out. Right, let's have a look. We got two menus. Okay, is the person coming in from Hobby Maker? Okay, so we'll just do our menu then. Here's the menu for tomorrow. We've got Moda Fabrics at 8 o'clock. It's my last day before my holidays tomorrow. We've got Janet Clare in tomorrow. We're doing Orbiter Quilt Kit with her at 9 o'clock. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got brand new adjuster forms. They are not the adjuster forms I had on my birthday. They're even more new ones. And what it doesn't say there is there are introductory prices, because the prices will be going up in July. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got more Janet Clare delights with Janet Clare. We're not telling you what they are yet. And then look at 12 o'clock, we've got Chrissy Dayton in doing the E-Mark portable printer. You know, when you can write your name on a feather, or you can mark up ribbons, or you can do all sorts of things, make quilt labels and things like that. And the last time she was on was May the 31st or June the 1st with Ian, if you remember. It was the day after Dulce's party. You were away, I was away, Vix was away, Rebecca Reed was away, so Ian presented, and she was on that day with him. So we'll do it properly this time. And they had a fantastic day with that, so she's in tomorrow. So now, very quickly, because we've only got 2 minutes left, if you want the sewing machine, you need to check out. I don't know when the next batch will arrive, because it's not like other sewing machine manufacturers that they have them on a shelf in their warehouse. We have them in our warehouse, and at the moment we've got 5 left on the shelf and more than 5 you've got in your baskets. So if you want the sewing machine, I'm not adding any undue pressure whatsoever. I just know what disappointment's all about, you see, and I would hate for you to go, I'll check out on that and get that. What?
I know what disappointment's
Well,
all about. Oh gosh, I feel like we need to talk. I'll put the kettle on.
Oh no, I've got to go and do filming now. Anyway, thank you, Stuart. So Stuart, when are you in next?
Absolute pleasure. I'm going to be back on Sunday. Presenting Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Tune in on Wednesday at 12 o'clock. You'll be so grumpy by then because you'll be really tired.
I'll be running out the door for my posh party.
Oh gosh, yeah. I'll tell you what, you'll be doing a show making party wear, making party shirts.
That's right.
Do you know what you're wearing?
I'm not sure at the moment. I want to go sort of low-key fabulous.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, I wouldn't expect anything else.
Well, if I'm going to be rubbing shoulders with Aesop and JKK Tolkien.
You nearly got the wrong person then. Right, I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Don't be late. See you then.
Ta-ra.